Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to CPTC, brought to you by FXR Race Division. It is day 2, Sunday right here, and we're ready to go racing with race number 1 onto the racetrack already. This is Junior 1 Stock 380 for 10 to 12-year-olds. Want to welcome everybody once again. After a great night under the lights, we are ready to go here on Sunday. Riding the 11 here in race number 1. Out of Michigamme, Michigan on a 1999 Polaris, we're going to have Ben Meyer. The 99 is Levi Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota on a 2023 Johnson Racing chassis. And the 115 is Eli Hagen out of Roseau, Minnesota on a 1990 Polaris. So 3 competitors to start off today here for FXR as we get set to go racing. Next up, we will have a total of 3 Pro Champ races in a row as the 11 gets the whole shot. Ben Meyer out of Michigamme, Michigan on the 1999 Polaris gets a good start here. So if you're in the Pro Champ 440 class, that'll be race 2, race 3, and race 4. Race 5 will be Supermod 300 free air and liquid. That'll be a final for 3 laps. So if you're in those next 4 or 5 races, you'll need to get to staging immediately. Trackside parking, we'd like to welcome everyone over in trackside parking and remind everybody to please keep your headlights off during competition. We do not want to blind the riders as they come through turn 3 and 4, so please, if you would, keep those headlights off throughout the day. Don't forget the concession area will remain open throughout the day, as will the Moose Den. That is the beer garden. We have CPTC promo wear available over there, and you can watch the races indoors as well if you get a little chilly. As the 11, Ben Meyer, heading down the racetrack. The 99, Levi Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota on the Johnson Racing chassis, second. And the 115, Eli Hagen out of Roseau, Minnesota in the 3rd spot. And checkered flag is out already in race number 1. Ben Meyer out of Michigamme, Michigan takes it. Levi Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota on the 99. And the 115 of Eli Hagen out of Roseau, Minnesota, all completed here now as the 115 comes across the finish line in the 3rd spot. That is your top 3 and only 3 in race number 1, the Junior 1 Stock 380 class. Next up, Pro Champ Racing, and we'll bring you that lineup here momentarily. Certainly can. That is the first time I heard you, though. I don't know if you're trying to broadcast later. It does, so we're good to go for it. All right, race 2 on the day coming up, Pro Champ 440. Of course, we had the USSA Pro Star Cup round 1 last night with a 220 of Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago winning it. Now we're going to scratch Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour from this particular race, race number 2 in the Pro Champ 440 class. Who is in? Well, the 233, Matt Bennett, is out of New London, Wisconsin on a 2020 Polaris. Riding the 04 is Luke Olson out of Michigan. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson. That is the Wall Brothers Racing FXR machine out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. He is the reigning champion in USSA Pro Star Cup racing. The 39X is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. And we have another scratch, do we? All right, scratch Matt Bennett. We just found that out. Late breaking information. 24 is Jordan Sobetsky on the Sobetsky Enterprises 2022 Polaris. Riding the number 3 out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec is Danique Lambert. Number 1 is Griffin Lepak out of Hartford, Wisconsin. And Will Garceau is out of Wisconsin on a 2022 PBP chassis. Will Garceau on the outside, getting ready to start here. Our first Pro Champ race of the day, our premier class here for FXR Race Division. Great start for the 39. Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin, looking strong early. Great start here in the Pro Champ class. .102 in the second spot. That is Blaine Stevenson. Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Third on the number 3. Some good racing going on in turn 3 and 4. Justin Peterson on the 39X out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin, 31-year-old rider, probably 32 now. Last year competed in the entire USSA Pro Star Cup circuit. Sponsored by Stud Boy, Laudoff Septic Services, and Meyer Yamaha. The Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102 of Blaine Stevenson pressing hard. White flag is out here in this first heat. Danique Lambert not far back. The 04 is fourth. Luke Olson out of Ishpeming, Michigan. Good racing action here to start out the Pro Champ 440s. 39X will take the win. Blaine Stevenson, Danique Lambert, the 04 coming fourth. That, of course, is Luke Olson out of Michigan on the 2015 Moyle chassis. So that'll do it unofficially for race number 2 on your schedule. Pro Champ 440. That was round 1, heat 1. Moving on to race 3 now. Pro Champ 440, round 1, heat 2. Coming up with that lineup very soon. Well, looking forward to our second grooming break here today after race 22. I'm going to talk to Mark Resch from the Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame. Looking forward to some great information. I just had the opportunity to look at the Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame on the internet, and what a great website and what a great cause. So we're going to talk about that with Mark Resch coming up after the second grooming break. Looking forward to that one. All right, so race number 3 looks like this. The number 6 is Gavin Peterson. He is out of Chisago City, Minnesota on a 2022 Skidoo. Gavin is 17 years old. Been racing about 10 years, started on 120s. Accomplished motocross rider is Gavin Peterson. Sponsored by FXR, Woody's Daco, and Bikeman Performance. The 11 is Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin. The 54 is Calvin Peterson. He is out of Eden, Wisconsin. Matt Zalai on the Big Smoke Barbecue 370 is out of Cooks Creek. Ross Olson is out of Fargo, North Dakota on the number 5. TJ Slook on the 16 out of Beausejour. The 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. And Dylan Barron is out of Enola on a Wall Brothers chassis. He is number 35, and we're racing. Here we go. The 6 and the 54 with great starts. Gavin Peterson and Calvin Peterson both explode off the starting line. That was great timing. Lots of action coming out of turn 4 and down the front chute. Getting pretty tight in turn 1 and 2 as they sort themselves out in the top 3 for FXR Race Division. Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec, showing some speed on that number 48. Moving along real nicely there. 54, Calvin Peterson battling. 97 miles per hour on the previous lap. Gavin Peterson is on the number 6. He is third. That's a great race for second and third down the back straightaway. Keep your eyes over there. That is the best race in the place right now. White flag coming out this time around in race number 3 on your schedule. Philippe Roy-Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec has that number 48. Skidoo pointed the right way, and he is flying. Checkered flag is out for the 48. The 6 will finish second. The 54 third. Matt Zalai on the Big Smoke Barbecue 370 unofficially fourth there. Matt Zalai out of Cooks Creek, Manitoba on a Houle chassis. But wow, the 48 of Philippe Roy-Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec looking pretty strong. Dylan Barron on the 35. Just looking in on cooldown.tv on the World Wide Web. And we got a rider number 11. That's a good-looking sled. Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin, awaiting recovery on the back straightaway. Just before the entrance of turn number 3. Well, 97 miles an hour. We hit 100 yesterday. In fact, even 90 miles an hour, we were told, in the ice bike class. Ridiculous. That is fast. On 2 wheels, on ice? 2 wheels. Yeah, not 4 wheels, 2 wheels. And we have 4-wheelers, too. We have ATVs. They don't quite do 90 miles an hour, but about 80, right? Right, Anthony. 80 is good. 80 is enough. Yeah. I think 8 for an old guy like me would be enough, actually, on one of those things. It'd have to be 4 wheels, though. No way, no dirt bikes for me, not in the winter.
I wouldn't see you jogging that.
You won't see me jogging, never mind that fast. I might be jogging to the concession in a little bit, but they got great food there, by the way.
They sure do. I eat it all the time.
Yeah, you ate a whole bunch yesterday, didn't you? Oh, it's Poutine Day. We forgot about that. Yeah, Poutine Day for Anthony of cooldown.tv. All right. So it looks like the 11 is getting some assistance. Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin on the Wall Brothers chassis. They'll be taking that one back to the pit area. Don't forget the Moose Den is open. That is the beer garden. We also have the concession area open. You can get down over to the pit area and check out all the great equipment over there, talk to some of the riders, and that's a great experience. If you've never done it, do give it a shot as we get set to go with our next race coming up. Race 4, Pro Champ 440, round 1, heat 3. Tom Olson is on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 39 out of Greenbush. That is a 2024 Polaris. Riding the 8, sponsored by Bennett's Marine, this is Travis McDonald out of Lockport, local rider. The 21 is Tyler Obi from Beausejour. That thing is beautiful. Take a look at that number 21 when it hits the starting line. That is a 2018 Skidoo, according to our lineup sheets. The 75 is out of Dayton, Minnesota on a Wall Brothers chassis. This is Calvin Cook. 28, real fast this weekend so far. Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota on a Skidoo. Brett Keelback is out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba on the 55. The 15 is Hunter Sears, and the 220 is G-Money Gunnar Stern. He drives the Red Bull Skidoo. And there he is right now, getting ready to get to the line. He won the first USSA Pro Star Cup Tour race yesterday here, and by a pretty good margin, to tell you the truth. If you weren't here to join us last night under the lights, but Gunnar Stern had a great feature event, won the 15-lap feature, and will be leading now the USSA Pro Star Cup points. And it looks like he's going to pick up where he left off last night. Stern used a good start in the feature event yesterday to take the win, and again, the whole shot master gets it done. Racing down the front straightaway, Matt Gady in the second spot. The 39 is Tom Olson, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR. So that is your top 3 so far. Some good racing for 4th and 5th as they battle into turn number 3. Your leader is already in turn 4. $220, 28, 39. The 55 in the 4th spot looking good. That is Brett Keelback out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba. Good looking number 55. Pretty strong here. .55 looking inside of the 39. Unable to make the pass in turn number 1. Tom Olson on that Wall Brothers Racing 39 out of Greenbush. Here's Keelback taking a run at him in turn 3 again. That's a great race for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Gunnar Stern continuing the damage on the competition here. As he leads this one. Great racing down the backstretch. The 55 making a move into turn number 3 for the 3rd spot. Gunnar Stern, the 220. Matt Gady, 1 and 2 so far at the checkered. 55 taking the 3rd spot. A good run. Wow, Brett Keelback out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba, getting the job done there against a tough field. Local rider having a real fantastic run there in that Pro Champ heat race. That is the number 55 of Brett Keelback. Brett is sponsored by FXR, Churchill Wild, and Woody's. All right, so we have race 5 coming up. Supermod 300 free air and liquid. This is the final for the day. 3 laps only for a total of 3 riders. The 65 is Norm Chura out of Anola on a 73 Polaris. Also on a 73 Polaris will be the 165 Justin Habing out of Dugald, Manitoba. And the 13 is Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg. This is a 1975 Yamaha. So a pair of Polarises, 1973 vintage and a 75 Yamaha set to compete. Race number 5, Supermod 300 free air and liquid. 65 of Norm Chura with the hole shot. This particular final will be 3 laps and 3 laps only. .13 is in the 2nd spot. That's Kieran Loren. The 165 of Justin Habing is out of Dugald. White flag coming out this time in this 3-lap race for the Supermod 300 free air and liquid. Norm Chura out of Anola, Manitoba on the 73 Polaris on the final lap here. Next up, we'll go to the Pro Formula 500 class. And that'll do it. The 65 will pick it up. The 13 and the 165 in that order at the finish line. Norm Chura picks up the win. Kieran Lowen second. The 165, Justin Habing out of Dugald in the 3rd spot. Race 6, Pro Formula 500 coming up next. Now's a great time to thank some of our sponsors. They include FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, that's the Cobra Pit area, of course, Travel Manitoba, Moosehead along with Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Oakbank Hearing Center, RM of Brokenhead, and the town of Beausejour. Pro Formula 500, one of our most competitive classes coming up. And the 111 is going to be Dave Blair out of Owen Sound, Ontario. This is an 89 Polaris. The 213 is Aaron Davey from Middle River, Minnesota. Riding the 580 is Caroline Allard from Roseau, Minnesota. The 361, well, this is Dallas Morin out of Fargo. The 41 is Austin Madison from Badger, Minnesota. And out of Athens, Wisconsin, the 9 is Dane Klinger. The 003 is Brody Wensloff out of Roseau, Minnesota. The 135 is Blair McDonald. And we're going to scratch the 14 of James Schneider off your lineup sheets. Getting set to go racing. Riley Baker is our head flagman on the front straightaway. Does a great job. Pretty windy down there yesterday with that north wind blowing at about 60 kilometers an hour, which for our American friends would be about 36 miles an hour. Good start from the 213. Aaron Davey already battling with the 9 of Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Dane Klinger on that 9 was quick yesterday in the Pro Formula 500 class. That's what we're racing right now, and that number 9 looking good against the 213. 41 is in the third spot. That is Austin Madison from Badger, Minnesota. Hope you're enjoying the race action here today so far for FXR Race Division. We also hope that you had the chance to join us yesterday afternoon and last night as we turned on the permanent lights for the first time ever under racing conditions, and what a great night that was. Racetrack conditions looking pretty good here as the race goes on into turn 3 and 4. Whoa, a great move here as they get side by side, the 223. Or rather, 213. That is the 213 of Aaron Davey out of Middle River, Minnesota. Still having a great battle with that number 9. White flag being displayed, 1 to go. What a great race. The 213 and the 9 getting at it big time. Aaron Davey on the 213. The 9 is Dane Klinger. The 9 of Dane Klinger now to the lead once again here. A little bit of contact in 3 and 4. Dane Klinger is going to take checkers. The 213 in second is Aaron Davey out of Middle River. 41 in the third spot, Austin Madison. That was some pretty good racing up front in our first Pro Formula 500 race of the day. There's the 003 coming across the line. That is Brody Wensloff, the 111. Dave Blair out of Owen Sound. 580 is Caroline Allard out of Roseau coming across the finish line. But some fantastic action up front with a bit of contact on the last lap. But the 9 holds off and takes the win. That is Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. And Dane was on a 1990 Polaris. Moving right along here today, we're already at race number 7, Pro Formula 500 once again. All right, we're going to scratch the 21 of Zach Rogers, we're told. Zach will not make it, so the 95 is going to be Jerry LePage. The 113, Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. Danique Lambert is out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, riding the number 3. That is a 91 Polaris. Number 50 is Marcus Catlin from Merrill, Wisconsin. The 111, Tanner Foss is from Middle River, Minnesota. 22A is Colton Abraham from Wausau. At the 54 is Tom Keelback out of Tyndall, Manitoba. That is a 1990 Polaris. Race number 7 on the track. Race 8 will be more Pro Formula 500 racing. Race 9 will be the Outlaw 600s. And then race 10 and 11 will be combined into a final. We'll tell you more about that as we get there. And here we go. 113 and the 95 go side by side into turn 1 and 2. 22A looking fantastic. Colton Abraham. Look at the action in the middle of the pack heading into turn 3 now. In this very competitive Pro Formula 500 class. 22A, 113 and the 95 of LePage in the top 3 here. As they battle for position in turn 1 and 2. .22A is your leader, Westland, LePage, and then the 111 is 4th. That is Tanner Foss from Middle River, Minnesota. Tanner doing a good job so far in the 4th spot. 81 miles per hour on the previous circuit. As the 22A continues to hammer away. Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin, riding a 1991 Polaris. Another half lap for your leader before that leader collects the white flag, indicating one more lap to go in this one. This race scheduled for 5 laps. 4 are almost complete now as the white flag comes out. Westland second. Good battle for the 3rd and 4th spot, and it looks like the 111 battling with the 95, getting on by the 22A in turn 3 and 4. That is your race leader. Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Checkered flag for Colton. Westland, 111 of Foss. And that was close at the finish line between the 95 and Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Good finish there in race number 7, your Pro Formula 500 class. That was round 4, heat number 2. All right, race 8 coming up again in the Pro Formula 500s. Round 4, heat 3. 5 laps will be the distance. And here's how they're going to line up. Riding the number 17 out of Beausejour, this is Jared Sackvey. The 98 is Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin. The 9 is Stefan Kergnen from Winnipeg. The 27, this is Calvin Iverson out of Wisconsin. The 685 is Tanner Davey from Middle River, Minnesota. And on an 89 Polaris, this is the 29 of Brad Harrison. Brad is out of Enola. The 34X is Cale Belau out of Waupun, Wisconsin. And the 48X, Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin, home of the World Championships. Race 8 Pro Formula 500s on track. There's the 17 out of Beausejour, Jared Sackvey. Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin on the good-looking 98. Stefan Kergnen on the 9. We get set to go racing. Riley Baker looking him over, and green flag. Here we go. Looks like the 27X of Calvin Iverson with a great start there in Pro Formula 500 racing. Race number 8 on your schedule. '98 in the second spot. That is Nick Kurth from Wausau, Wisconsin, doing battle for the number 1 spot. Big shout out to cooldown.tv for bringing you the internet broadcast here. 29 is on the move. That is none other than Brad Harrison out of Anola. Look at this challenge for the lead in turn 2. 98 dropping to third. That is Nick Kurth. Great racing in the top 3. This Pro Formula 500 class, always a thrill to watch. Look at how close this race is into turn 1. 27 of the 29 doing battle continuously, neither giving up. White flag, 1 to go. 29, 27, 98, your top 3. Sackvey on the 17 is 4th out of Beausejour. Leader getting a little high out of turn number 2. Your winner, the number 29, followed by the 27 and the 98. Brad Harrison, Calvin Iverson, and Nick Kurth, 1, 2, 3 in race 8 on your schedule. Pro Formula 500 round 4, heat 3. That was a good one. That was really good. In fact, I like all of those Pro Formula 500 races. It's always good to see competitive stuff. Never really matters how fast they're going, although they're fast. It's just good to see a good close race. All right. The 875-pound with driver Outlaw 600s coming up next for a rolling start. They resemble a dirt track sprint car. They have a full roll cage and a little bit safer for the, well, aging snowmobile racer, let's call it. We won't call them old. Race 9 Outlaw 600. So the 14 is going to be Nathan Gebhardt, the 19 Chris Plasky. Riding the 18 is Tim Gebhardt. The 4 is Ronald Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa, the only Iowa driver in this one. The 1 is Joe Schneider, and the 36 is Tom Stoltman out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. So 5 of 6 competitors here are from St. Germain, Wisconsin. Ronald Teroff in the 4 is from Lisbon, Iowa. And here we go, green flag waving clearly. Nathan Gebhardt out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Leading Ron Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa here early in this rolling start race. There goes the number 1. That is Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. 2018 Outlaw chassis. Number 4 dropping to the 3rd spot. 19 and 4th is Chris Plasky, also out of St. Germain. This one scheduled for 5 laps in the Outlaw 600 class. While the number 1 takes over the number 1 spot from the number 14 of Nathan Gebhardt. So, Joe Schneider is your new leader. in the number 1. Ron Teroff in the number 4 is third here. Chris Plasky in the number 19. Then it's the 36 of Tom Stoltman out of St. Germain, Wisconsin on the track. White flag will be coming out this time at the FXR Race Division finish line. 1 to go. Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, showing the way for most of this 5-lap contest. Checkered flag for Joe Schneider. Second spot to the number 14 of Nathan Gebhardt. Then the 19 of Chris Plasky, followed by the 4 of Ron Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa. That is most of your drivers in the top 5 in race number 9 on your schedule, the Outlaw 600s. That was round 3 for them for 5 laps. Now, race 10 and 11 will get combined on your schedule, and we're turning it into a final. So we do have some scratches. We'll bring you those scratches in the lineup, but we're going now to race 10 and 11 combined. For a final, Super Stock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan. The number 15 is going to be Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. The 65 is Cody Whitechuck from Beausejour. Riding the 233 is Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. The 14 is Alex Manchelenko from Manitoba. The 885, or rather 685, is Tanner Davey from Middle River. The 12, Alex Braun, and the 165 is Justin Habing. Now we're going to scratch out of race 11, which is all going to be all combined here. Will Manchelenko, Chad Bartok, and the 16C of Bob Schultz all scratched. Bryce Olson will compete on the 20. Joel Reed on the number 2 out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan. And the 75, Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie, all competing. So combine race 10 and 11 on your schedule. And this is turning into the Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan final. All right. All right. 2 has not shown up. Joel Reed in staging, and the clock is on the 75 of Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie in the staging area. So again, a reminder, combine race 10 and 11 on your schedule. This is now a final. Great looking number 15 of Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. Really like those old Mercuries. You're going to buy me a Mercury and cruise it on down the snow, I think. What do you think? Good idea for Christmas? Got to be one for sale somewhere. All right, Riley looking him over here. Getting set to go racing, and here we go. Great start for the number 20. Bryce Olson out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan. That is a 77 Arctic Cat. Inside goes the number 20 to regain the lead into turn number 3. .233 second, Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. 685 Tanner Davey currently third. And the 233 now going to the lead. This one's scheduled for 5 laps as it is a final. Converted from 2 heat races to 1 final. .233 of Matt Bennett looking pretty strong. Looks like the 165. Justin Habing stopped on the inside of the straightaway. As the green flag still being displayed on the front straightaway. But a tough break for the 165. That is Justin Habing out of this race. White flag coming out, one more to go on this 5-lap race. The 233 still well in command. 15 is second. That is Sheldon Carlson on the Mercury out of Mackinac, North Dakota. And that'll do it for this one. The 233 will pick it up. Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin, the Yamaha winning. Oh, that was a close one. I'm going to go have to talk to the officials about that one. Boy, was that ever close at the finish line. The 20 in a great battle. We'll just finish off the official scoring. I want to know who was second and third. So the 20 was second. 15 third out of Mackinac, North Dakota. All right, so that is it. 233, 20, then the 15. Top three in that one. 15, of course, Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota on the Mercury. So, time for a grooming break and an intermission. We invite you over to the beer garden, the Moose Den over there. Check out the full line of CPTC promo wear that is available. Hey, that'd make a great Christmas gift, Anthony. Hint, hint. Hint, hint. It's your turn to buy for me this year. So get on over to the Moose Den, the beer garden. Check out our great merch stand. Also, we have our concession open if you're hungry or thirsty. So we're going to take a Quebec grooming break and be back with more FXR Race Division Racing from CPTC here in Beausejour.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
Whether investing in your child's future,
planning your dream retirement,
or saving for a vacation in between,
Access Credit Union has the right investment solution for every stage in your life. Open an investment online in minutes and get sound advice tailored to your needs.
as members ourselves, you'll feel comfort in knowing we have your best interests at heart. Access Credit Union. Invest in you.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting.
You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
outlaw riders over at the Moosehead, the beer garden. So that is going to be after race 26, the Pro Champ 440 race. So you can get on over to the Moosehead and get autographs from the Pro Champ and outlaw drivers. Race number 12 coming up. We're back here for FXR Race Division. Race 12 is the Junior 2 F500 class for 14 to 17-year-olds. This will be round 3 for 4 laps. And riding the 44 is Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. The 23 is Dylan Fox from Balmoral, Manitoba. That is an 89 Polaris. The 434 is Miranda Peterson from Lancaster. The 44 is Marley Peterson, also from Lancaster, on a 2023 Westland Farms chassis. And the 112 is Ella Gust out of Greenbush. Ella Gust out of Greenbush on a 89 Polaris. Now the back row is the Junior 1 F500 class. So 2 races in one here. The 10 is Derek Meyer, the 11 Ben Meyer. So 2 races going on in one here. The Junior 2's up front. They are older. And in the back row, the 10 to 13-year-olds, Derek and Ben Meyer on 10 and 11. And here we go. Now keep your eyes on that number 10. He is younger and in a different class. So he's leading his class, but is already second on the racetrack. No fear whatsoever. Wow. Dylan Fox on the 23. Now second on the racetrack, but first in the Junior 1 class is Derek Meyer. Derek Meyer in the Junior 1 F500 class for 10 to 13-year-olds. And the other Junior 1 rider, that is the 11 of Ben Meyer. So the 2 youngsters are second and third on the racetrack. Ooh. 84 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba continues to lead on the 89 Polaris. And Derek and Ben Meyer leading the Junior 1 F500 class. White flag is out. Again, a reminder to everyone in trackside parking to please have your headlights off at all times during competition. Manitoba mini sled racers going on the other side of the back straightaway now. Checkers for the 23. That is Dylan Fox. And the 10 and 11 will go 1 and 2 in the Junior 1 F500 class for 10 to 13-year-olds. All right, race number 13 coming up here momentarily. And that'll be Pro Champ 440s coming your way for round 2, heat 1 here on the day. Looks like the 8 of Travis McDonald will start in this one. That rider is out of Lockport. Does a nice job on that 2020 Skidoo. Has competed here for many, many years. Former Valcourt winner is Travis McDonald on the Houle chassis. He has won Saturdays and Sundays here, except the big one in March. A former go-kart racer sponsored by Skidoo, ServPro, FXR, and Bennett's Marine, along with Ryback's Custom Machine and Dayco. The number 3 is out of Sorel, Tracy, Quebec. We've seen a lot of this guy this weekend. The 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel, Tracy, Quebec. Weatherhill Racing Team, sponsored by Skelton Truck Lines, Remick, and GDM Construction. Riding the 1 out of Wisconsin, Hartford, Wisconsin, in fact. This is the 2023 Wall Arctic Cat chassis, sponsored by Follow That Dream and Snow Studs. The one is Griffin Lepak. Riding the 16 is a local rider. This is DJ Saluk. Always does a great job in competition throughout the years here in Beausejour. The number 15 is Hunter Sears. Hunter Sears is out of St. Francis, Minnesota on a 2010 Polaris. Riding the 39, he is sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR out of Greenbush. The 2024 Polaris, number 39, is Tom Olson, ready to start. The 04 is Luke Olson out of Michigan on a Moyle chassis. Riding the 21, beautiful skidoo, is Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. And we're going to scratch Quinn Whitechuck from race 13, Pro Champ 440s. Tyler Obi on that good-looking number 21 we were talking about. That is a Hool chassis, sponsored by TJ Finishing Carpentry and Birds Hill Sand and Gravel. Recovery crew just going to work here right now, towing a sled off into the pit area, and we'll be set to go with race number 13 here momentarily. Pro Champs, race number 13, ready to hit the track. DJ Saluk out of Beausejour, a local rider on that 2022 Polaris, scheduled to start. In his early 30s, he's been racing about a dozen years or so, maybe a couple more. Started in the Sportsman 600 class many years ago. 4-time consecutive Sportsman 600 Canadian champion, sponsored by DJ Saluk Enterprises, Gus Desaad Farms, and Jess Hildebrandt Trucking, along with Strategic Renovations. And look at him over. Here we go racing right now. The 39 with a great start. Tom Olson out of Greenbush on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR entry is flying down the back straightaway. This is race 13 on your schedule, the Pro Champ 440s for Sunday here in Beausejour. Round 2, heat number 1. Danny Clambert on the inside of turn 1 and 2, and whoa, almost collision. Very close to a collision in turn 1 and 2 as Danny Clambert goes in hard in turn 1. Great racing in the top 5 here in the Pro Champ division. They are all over the place. Here's the 3 one more time. What a great race as the 3 goes to the inside, the 39 to the outside. They are side by side down the back straightaway, and now they are 3 wide in turn 3. 94 miles per hour. The 04 up to join the party quickly. That is Luke Olson out of Michigan. Look at these riders go. This is the best race of the day, maybe of the weekend. White flag coming out this time, indicating 1 more lap to go. The 3, the 04, the 8 of Travis McDonald now third. Travis McDonald on the number 8, looking real good as well here. This is anybody's race heading into turn 3 and 4. Here they come down the straightaway. Lambert and the 8 and the 04. I'm going to go to timing and scoring to make sure the 8 finished ahead of the 04. Travis McDonald out of Lockport on the Bennett's Marine number 8. 8 in second for sure. Thank you very much. Just checking with timing and scoring. Then the 4 and the 39, we are told. 39, of course, Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 39 out of Greenbush, Minnesota. Good looking 2024 Polaris. Hey, we want to do a shout out to Allison in Kenora, Ontario. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast from cooldown.tv. All right, so that'll conclude race number 13 with a great race and an even better finish. Wow, that was lots of fun to watch. All right, so let's get through the lineup here. We have it for race number 14, Pro Champ 440. Round 2, Heat 2 for 5 laps on the schedule. The 24 is Jordan Sobetsky. In his early 20s, he's out of Beausejour, Manitoba. Started at age 4 on the other side of the back straightaway with the MMSRA. So he's been racing about 15, 16 years. He is the 2021 Pro Formula 500 champion is Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour. Likes to play on dirt bikes, races go-karts in the summer. Sponsored by Cobra Enterprises, DC Accounting, and Edge Equipment, along with Sudden Snow and SPI Logistics. The 39X, keep your eyes on this rider. This is the 39X of Justin Peterson. Knows how to get the job done for sure. Out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Next up, the 55. He's been having a decent weekend here out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba on the wall chassis. This is Brett Keelback on the 55. The number 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Also a very formidable competitor. The 54 is Cal Peterson from Eden, Wisconsin. The 233 is Matt Bennett from New London, Wisconsin. Riding the 5 out of Fargo, North Dakota. This is the Skidoo of Ross Olson, number 5. And the 28 is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota in the Pro Champ class. And of course, Matt Gady is the world champion in F3 competition in Eagle River. Racing right now, though, of course, in the Pro Champ 440s, but is the world champion in the F3 class at Eagle River. All right, set to go here. Uh-oh, the 24 with problems. That is a tough break for Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour. Good-looking auto stripe prepared hood. Oakbank auto body with the paintwork and auto stripe with the Lightning McQueen eyes and graphics package on that 24. But right now that sled is unable to continue as the 39X pulls up to the line. Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport. 55, there he is, Keelback. The 54 is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. There's the 6 of Gavin Peterson. Ross Olson on the good-looking number 5. Sponsored by Auction Block. There's the 233 of Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. That is a Polaris. Riley Baker looking him over on the starting line, and away we go. We are racing. Racing down the back chute here now. This is race 14, Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat number 2 up on the racetrack for a total of 5 laps in this contest. Matt Gady leads the 39X and the 6. Justin Peterson on the 39X out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. The 6, Gavin Peterson from Chisago City. Matt Gady doing a great job here out of New Germany, Minnesota on his 2018 Skidoo. The reigning world champion in the F3 class at Eagle River. Matt Gady running the string out here a little bit on the rest of the competitors. Looking good here out of 4. Number 55 making things interesting right now. That, of course, Brett Keelback out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba. That is a Wall Brothers chassis getting a good launch off too. .97 miles per hour. White flag is out for Gady. .55 in a battle now with the 6 in turn 1 and 2. Your leader already off in turn 3 and 4 on the final lap. Not much question about this one. 28 of Matt Gady will take it. 39X second. Third, the 55, the 6, and the 54 of Calvin Peterson rounding out the top 5 here in race 14. What a great job by the current world champion in the F3 division. That is none other than Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota, winning the Pro Champ 440 heat race as we wait for the recovery sled over for the 24 of Jordan Sobetsky. Not quite sure what happened to that sled, but hopefully we can get a report from the pit area and let you know if that sled will be able to continue here today for the 24 of Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour, sponsored by Cobra Enterprises. All right, I think we're back. We're back. All right, so a little bit of audio trouble there for a second. All right, we're going to roll through Pro Champ 440s here for race number 15. We're all good there? All right, perfect. All right, starting off in our lineup here for race 15 in the Pro Champ 440s, the 370 is Matt Zalai. He is out of Cooks Creek, Manitoba, on the Hool chassis, sponsored by Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach. That's good. And, of course, Demon Racing. The 11 is Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin. The 31, Will Garceau. Riding the 220 is G-Money Gunner Stern. He has been dominant here this weekend on the Red Bull Skidoo out of West Chicago, Illinois. Gunner Stern on the 220. The 102, a formidable competitor and the reigning USSA Pro Star Cup champion. The rider is out of St. Cloud, the team out of Greenbush, Minnesota. The 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR. This is Blaine Stevenson. The 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. The number 35 is Dylan Barron out of Anola, Manitoba, on the Wall Brothers chassis. And also on a Wall chassis, the 75 is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. Boy, do I like that Calvin Cook sled, that white and pink sled. Can you ever read the numbers and the graphics on that thing? That is an announcer's dream, being able to read every number that clearly. Very sharp-looking sled. Looks like we've got a jumper. I wonder if that's our first of the day, Anthony. That might be our first jumper of the day, yeah. Well, that's not so bad. 15 races in. All right, I do believe it was the number 11. That's my best guess. That would be Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin on the 2023 Wall chassis. We'll find out momentarily here, listening in on the radio. Or we'll just watch what happens in row number 2, which will be newly created now. Introducing row 2, because we're going to have somebody in it. There's the Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach 370. Matt Zalai sporting the mohawk on top of his helmet. The gray primered hood. 31 beside him. Will Garceau. .35, Dylan Barron is out of Enola. As we get set to go Pro Champ Racing once again, let's give her a shot. Great start for Gunnar Stern. Man, is he quick out of the hole. So important to get that hole shot in ice oval snowmobile racing, and I don't know if there's many guys better at it than Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois on the Red Bull Skidoo. Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec on the 48. Having a good weekend here on the Big Half Mile Oval, brought to you by FXR Race Division. Wayne Stevenson, the Wall Brothers Racing. FXR 102 challenging the 48 out of turn 2 now. That is a great battle for second and third. Probably the best race in the place right now. Gunnar Stern out front. And in command. Well in command, in fact. .96 miles per hour as we've got a battle in 3 and 4. Blaine Stevenson to the inside as your leader takes the white flag. Gunnar Stern, the 102. In the second spot now, Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers FXR 102 out of Greenbush. Gunnar Stern continues his weekend dominance here at CPTC. Checkered flag is in the air, and it's going to the Red Bull Skidoo. Second to the 102 of Blaine Stevenson, then the 48, 31, and the 370 of Matt Zalai, sponsored by Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach. Good run for Matt Zalai, getting into the top 5 in race number 15. Race 16 coming up next. That will be the Sportsman 600s, and we will bring you the lineup momentarily. Sorry, were you calling Darren?
Yeah, I was just looking at our live stream and everyone's saying that your mic is crackling quite a bit online.
Tell them there's a 3-minute delay, so when we fix
Okay.
it.
All right, so they're saying there's a 3-minute delay here, and when they fix it,
It takes up to 3 minutes till you hear
it takes up. Oh, okay, but it's crackling too.
It had been. But
Okay, he thinks they've got the crackling fixed now. They think. Okay, well, keep me posted on that crackling, though, if you would, please.
Okay.
Caden Temple. Yes, for sure. I did that a couple times. I'll get on it again right away. All right, so race 16 coming up. Caden Temple on the number 14, we're told, is a no-show out of Grand Point. The 779 is going to be Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. 16, DJ Saluk from Beausejour. Riding the 75 is Ken Schwartz. The 179 is Jason Mackey from Lanigan, Saskatchewan. The 41 is Austin Madison out of Badger. And the 55 is Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. Here we go. Battling into turn 1 and 2. Want to remind you once again, after race 34, we will have a meet and greet at the Moose Den. That is the beer garden after race. It's actually race 26. Race 26. That's a Pro Champ meet and greet with the Pro Champ riders and the Outlaws after race number 26. You can look on your schedule. for race 26, and after that one, after that Pro Champ race, they will be over at the Moosehead. Race 16, Sportsman 600s, round 3, heat 1. Great battle for second and third here in the Sportsman 600s for FXR Race Division. Many thanks going out to them for bringing you the event here this weekend. All right, well, I'm going to guess that maybe an Arctic Cat up front. It is extremely impossible to get the number off that thing, both on camera and from up here. But the only Arctic Cat I see there is the 55 of Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. White flag will be coming out this time around. That is the 55. Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. Anthony and I teamed that one to figure out the number on the 55. Take all the big race winnings and buy some little bolder numbers next time, maybe. Eh? Checkered flag is coming out. It is going to be 55. Great finish. The 770 and the 75. Second and third. 779 is Colton Kreutzer. That's a great race there in the Sportsman 600. It's always very competitive. That was race number 16, Sportsman 600, round 3, heat number 1. Hope you're enjoying the race action here so far. Now, what's coming up? Well, after race 22, we are going to have Mark Resch up here from the Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame. We're going to talk all about that exciting facility and how we can all help to make it a little better. And after race 26 in the Pro Champ 440s, we will have a meet and greet with the Pro Champ and the Outlaw Riders. Meet and greet and an autograph session after race 26 today at the Moose Den, the beer garden. So do check that out after race 26. All right, race 17 coming up. More Sportsman 600 action. Scratch the 20 of Will Manchelenko. All right, the 72 is Ryan Fleischacker out of Humboldt. The 34X, Cale Bellau from Waupun, Wisconsin. Riding the 44X is Randall Oliver out of Oshkosh. The 13 is John Hall from Beausejour. Riding the 46 is Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie. And the 15 is Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour. That is a 2000 Polaris underneath the 15 of Kyle Omachinski. Good start for the 46 and the 13. Tadashori in second now on that 46. The number 13, pretty quick as well. That's John Hall out of Beausejour. What a race. The 15 of Omachinski coming up and into the number 1 spot. The 13, John Hall, battling there. 88 miles per hour here in the Sportsman 600 heat race. That is pretty quick. Tension in the pit area. Next up, race 18 and 19 are both Pro Formula 3 races. So if you're in race 18 or 19, we need you to staging immediately. Green flag being displayed by Riley Baker on the front chute. Omachinski followed by John Hall out of Beausejour. .44X on the track is Randall Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. A little bit of racing going on in the middle of the pack as your leaders coming out of turn 3 and 4 now, and white flag being displayed for the 15 and the 13. First and second respectively. 44X Randall Oliver out of Oshkosh in the third spot. And Randall is on a 1999 Polaris. And that'll do it here. The 15 is Omachinski. Taking the win. That rider out of Beausejour does a great job in this class. Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour on a 2000 Polaris. All right, if you're live streaming this race on cooldown.tv, we understand there's some strange audio sounds emitting. We want to let you know that we are certainly working on it. We know the microphone is not the issue right now. We think it's something to do with the transmission of the broadcast because it's not happening live here. Everything is extremely clear, so we're trying to figure out what is causing that strange audio sound coming from the live stream portion of the broadcast. So we'll figure that out hopefully here. Continue to work throughout the day. Pro Formula 3 coming up for race number 18. The 39 is Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR machine out of Greenbush. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson, also from the same team. 75 is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. The 6, Gavin Peterson. Gavin is out of Chisago City, Minnesota. And the 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. This is race 18. This is the Eagle River World Championship class. Getting set to go racing. Here we go. Great start for the 75 of Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. That is a 2023 Polaris. Great graphics. Good looking sled, just like his Pro Champ sled. Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. Getting challenged now. And the 102 of Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. The reigning USSA Pro Champ rider is up front and in command with Calvin Cook second on that number 75 out of Dayton, Minnesota. They are in turn 3 and 4 now and racing pretty cleanly so far. '39, Tom Olson out of Greenbush, Minnesota, out of the Wall Brothers Racing stable, and 90 miles an hour on the last circuit. I want to remind everybody after race 26, the Pro Champ race, meet and greet for Pro Champ and Outlaw drivers. .98 miles per hour that time. White flag will be displayed this time around. Here in your Pro Formula race. Blaine Stevenson, Calvin Cook, the 39 of Tom Olson in the top 3. Good racing for third and fourth as your leader. Now in the middle of the back straightaway and showing no signs of letting up in this race. Checkers for Blaine Stevenson. Cook, looks like the 6 might have got in there. Gavin Peterson challenging Tom Olson. I'll try to get an official word for you on that finish. Six finished third. All right, that is official. Thank you very much, girls. Gavin Peterson picks the pocket of the 39 at the finish line. Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City looking good. All right, race 19 on your schedule. More Pro Formula 3 racing, around 4 Heat 2 for 5 laps. And the guy that we're going to announce first is out of New Germany, Minnesota on a 2023 Skidoo. He is the reigning F3 champion of the world. This is the 28 of Matt Gady. The 129 is Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. The 220, of course, Gunnar Stern, G-Money out of West Chicago, Illinois. He rides a 2023 Red Bull Skidoo. The 12 is Jesse Wergen out of Hazelhurst, Wisconsin on a 2023 Yamaha. That's a 4-stroke. And the 29 is Luke Olson out of Michigan. While Jesse Wergen on the number 12 out of Hazelhurst, Wisconsin, the Yamaha 4-stroke. They're giving this 4-stroke a 2-year run. His father, Jim, was a great racer, and good to see Jesse Wergen working on the Yamaha 4-stroke program. The only 4-stroke in the field here. Race 19 on the schedule, Pro Formula 3 with Matt Gady with a great start. We are underway right here in race number 19. Matt Gady, the world champion, speeding along. That sled is quick. Wow. Great rider, lots of skill, and a good machine underneath him. All adds up to big speed on the half-mile oval here at CPTC, brought to you by FXR Race Division. 129 second, that is Joey Birch. The 29, Luke Olson in third. So it's the 129 in second, the 29 in third. White flag coming out next time around for your race leader. That is none other than the 28 of Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. 1 to go. Gunnar Stern on the 220. His fourth, the 4-stroke Yamaha, Jesse Wergen out of Wisconsin, 5th. Checkered flag for the 28 of Gady. The 129 and the 29, second and third. Gunnar Stern, followed by the number 12 of Jesse Wergen to round out the top 5. Wergen out of Hazelhurst, Wisconsin on the 2023 Yamaha 4-stroke. Pretty cool story. I think we're moving to some ice bikes. Yes, we are. All right, Ice Bike Open coming your way. The 489 is Avery Carr out of Beausejour. The 41, Austin Madison. Riding the 71 out of Winnipeg is Amy Hood. The 219 is Caden Kotowicz. Caden is out of Petersfield, Manitoba. And Zach Jasek is from Beausejour. Beausejour AL, according to our lineup sheets. Meaning like Beausejour, Alabama. Unlikely. Zach Jasek on the 22 here in our first Ice Bike Open race of the day. Want to welcome everybody here to our FXR Race Division event. Of course, in Beausejour. First time with our permanent LED lighting system, and it was just beautiful here last night. Lots of fun, lots of great racing. Amy Hood, I believe, is not here. Yeah, I don't see the green Kawasaki of Amy Hood. .489 on the outside. Good start for the .489. Avery Carr is out of Beausejour 2023 Honda. Lots of speed into turn 3 and 4. These bikes are capable of speeds in excess of 80 miles an hour here on the ice oval. Here comes the 219 in a great big hurry. Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield. .86 miles per hour on that last lap. Very impressive. Caden Katowicz is on the 219 out of Petersfield. .489 Avery Carr from Beausejour. Zach Jasek on the 22. The 41 is Austin Madison out of Badger, Minnesota. Lead getting extended here now. 219, Caden Katowicz, a real tough hombre out there. Tough to beat on any day. Reminder about the meet and greet for the Pro Champ and Outlaw racers. That will happen after race 26. So if you want to get autographs from the Pro Champ drivers and the Outlaw drivers, well, that'll be after race 26 at the Moose Den. And checkered flag is in the air. The number 219 is going to take that one going away. .489 Avery Carr in the second spot. Those two riders dominated that first Ice Bike Open race of the day here in Beausejour. Brought to you by FXR Race Division. .22 and the 41 come across the line. Zach Jasek out of Beausejour, the 41 Austin Madison out of Badger, Minnesota. Great job by our Ice Bike Open competitors right there for race number 20. All right, looks like we're going to go to some older sleds. Yes, we are, for race number 21. Relic Mod and Superstock 300 single cylinder, fan cooled and free air. This is the final for 3 laps. All right, thank you very much. So we are going to run the handy van around the grooming break, or during the grooming break around the racetrack. That will happen after race 22, which will be the ATV Open. So you can get on over to the Moose Den, the beer garden, and that is free of charge to get a ride in the handy van around the racetrack while they're grooming. Pretty good experience for free. Not much is free these days, so take advantage. All right, race 21, Relic Mods, Superstock 300 single. Your lineup looks like this. The 94 is Brian Kep. 501 is Mike Kelly out of St. Genevieve. Riding the 13 is Kieran Lowe, and the 179 is Jason Mackey. And the 69 is Colin Demianic. And here we go, we're racing. 179 and the 69 are off first. Jason Mackey is out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan on that 1971 Arctic Cat. The number is 179, and showing the way here, the 69 is Colin Demianic out of Winnipeg on a 1970 Skidoo. This race just 3 laps in the final here. Relic Mod Superstock 300 single cylinder, fan cooled, and free air final coming your way. There is the number 13 of Kieran Lowen. Doing a nice job thus far out of Winnipeg. That is a 1971 Yamaha. miles per hour, 6-0 we are told. About 100K. White flag is coming out. One to go for the 179 of Jason Mackey. 13 into 69 getting at it here on the final lap. Looks like Colin Demianic on the number 69 with the advantage here as he holds on to the second spot heading down the back straightaway. The 179 of Jason Mackey all by his lonesome. In lap traffic now in turn 3 and 4. And the checkered flag is waving. 179 with a big salute. 69 of Colin Demianic finishes second on the 69. And the 13, Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg, riding his 1971 Yamaha to the third spot. That'll do it for your Relic Mod Superstock 300 single cylinder fan cooled free air final. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please check your jacket pockets or your pants pockets. If you have lost something, please come up to the announcer's tower. We have a wallet up here if you can identify it. Is there any ID in there? No, it looks pretty empty. All right, so if you have lost a wallet and can identify it, please come up to the announcer's tower and we will get it back to you. Race 22 coming up, ATV Open. Don't forget, following this race, we will have a Cubex grooming break. I'm going to talk to Mark Resch of the Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame. Find out all kinds of neat stuff about that place. Also, we have our handy van going to run the track. You'll need to get on over to the beer garden and hop in, and you can get some rides around the track during the grooming break. Mike Verbrugge is going to be on the number 22 in race 22, your ATV Open 5-lap race. We have the 44 Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. The 17 is Austin Lewandowski out of Winnipeg. The 14, Rob Clark. Rob is out of Beausejour. Also out of Beausejour is the 7, Ryan Gibson. And the 29 of Corey Johnson. This is race 22 on your schedule as we get set to go. Again, a reminder, after race 26, Pro Champ 440s, your Pro Champ and Outlaw drivers will be at the beer garden signing autographs after race 26. All right, looks like we're awaiting the arrival of one rider. There that rider is on the back straightaway. And we'll turn them loose here, scheduled for 5 laps in this ATV Open competition. After intermission, race 23 will come up. That will be Junior 1 Sprint 380 for 12 to 14-year-olds. That will be a final, followed by some Pro Champ racing. In fact, 3 heats of Pro Champ. Looks like the 22... a little late to arrive. Mike Verbrugge. Mike is out of Garson, Manitoba. Ooh, boy, it is tight in turn 1 and 2 as they slice and dice through the corner. Good thing this racetrack's quite wide. Heading down the back straightaway now. Some movement into the middle of the pack. And a new leader in turn 3 and 4. As the ATV Open battle continues here early. That is the 7 of Gibson in the lead. 44 is Ethan Clark from Beausejour. That is a 2008 KTM. Quebec's intermission break to follow. 70 miles per hour on the dot. 7-0 going into turn 1 for your ATV Open competitor leader. Green flag continues to be displayed here for FXR Race Division. Riding the number 14 is Rob Clark out of Beausejour. That is a 2008 KTM. Riding along in the third spot here. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. Many thanks going out to all the wonderful volunteers and workers here at CPTC. They do a simply great job. Great event here this weekend. Really nice under the lights last night. As the 7 continues on down the racetrack, Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour. That is a 1986 Honda showing the way. White flag will be displayed this time around, indicating 4 down and 1 lap remaining. (7:44.14) your top 3 as they race on the last lap before our Quebec's grooming break. Don't forget, plenty of great promo wear available just in time for Christmas at the Moosehead, the beer garden. Check out the full line of CPTC promo wear available. Get it for the snowmobile fan in your life, or even for yourself. Gift yourself. Checkers are out. Good race at the end. The 7 will take it. That is Ryan Gibson over the 44 of Ethan Clark out of Beausejour, Manitoba on the 2008 KTM. All right, that will do it for another portion of our program. Race 22 is now in the books. So we are now going to take a Quebec's intermission break and come back very shortly with Mark Resch of the Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame. That's going to be a great interview. Looking forward to talking to Mark in just a few moments. Also, if you want to get in the handy van and take a lap around the track during the Quebec's grooming break, you can do so by heading on over to the beer garden. The ride is free. We'll be back with you momentarily for FXR Race Division here at CPTC.
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting.
You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we promised, after race 22, the ATV Open Division, we were going to have Mark Resch up here in the Announcers Tower from the Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame. And Mark, want to welcome you. I know you used to race and you've been to Beausejour before, but it's been a while since you've been here.
Yeah, it's been a long while since I've been here, and what a beautiful spot you guys have. Wow.
Well, thanks very much. I'm not a big part of all of that. I just come here and announce, and I'm fortunate to do that. But I'll tell you, you look around this facility, Mark, and it is beautiful. New lighting, buildings, the washrooms are clean, the food is great. I mean, you get to travel a lot on this circuit, so you get to see the best of the best.
Yeah, you guys have got a world-class facility. The people up here are so welcoming. For anybody that's listening, if you have not been to Beausejour, you need to take a ride. This is the oldest, I believe, snowmobile race in existence today, and some phenomenal people up here. In fact, Andy Baker is even in our Hall of Fame from right here in Beausejour, so really cool spot to be.
Well, let's get down to business and talk about that Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame. I haven't had the opportunity to visit, but I hear it's fantastic. Your website's beautiful, and it looks like a great place for people to go to check out all things about this snowmobile racing thing we all love.
You're absolutely right, and of course we want you to come down and see us sometime too. We invite everybody in, but yeah, the Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame has been a passion for a lot of the people in this industry, and it really showcases all the different facets of snowmobile racing, from ice oval, of course, to hill climb, cross country, snowcross, and have some great exhibits there in the hall. A lot of neat racing snowmobiles, historic sleds, If you haven't been to St. Germain, Wisconsin, we're just 11 miles away from Eagle River. If you're coming to the Derby, you got to go see us.
That would be fun to go to the Derby as well. Now, let's talk a little bit about the fundraising you do. I mean, you do an awful lot to keep that place going, and obviously money's a thing anywhere, including sponsorship. So tell us what kind of programs you have over at the Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame.
Well, we usually start out our year in the spring with a big swap show and sled show and swap. And then our biggest fundraiser, of course, is the Ride with the Champs that happens every February. This year it's February 15th. We start with our Legend Laps event, which is a opportunity for anybody that wants to donate to our cause. They can take some laps around the famous Derby track, actually right out on the ice oval. And that's really turned into a cool event. The first year we had it, we had the family of Jerry Bunkie there to ride. It was a really cool event. And, it's growing every year. And then Friday, we have a special event. We do a ride with, this year it'll be a Mercury snowmobile ride. And we have some celebrities from the Mercury brand that come and talk to the folks. And then Friday night this year, we have a real special fish fry that goes on with some Polaris folks there. Bert Bassett will be on hand, Bob Przekwiz, and Ed Munzerud. And all famous Polaris folks that'll be there for a question and answer session. And then on Saturday of that weekend is our Ride with the Champs event, which is a couple different trail rides you can go on. We have a bus ride that goes to some museums around the area. The Craig Marchbank Museum is unbelievable for the Skidoo fans. You can get on a bus if you don't want to ride sleds. And then we do our induction that evening to honor those famous racers that deserve a spot on the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that is very prestigious, I can tell you that. Now, do you keep regular hours there at your Hall of Fame? How does that all work?
Yeah, we're open Thursday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 5. You can call and get a special tour if we're not open, if you're in the area. We've got a beautiful clothing selection, movies, a lot of vintage magazines and books. So if you're in the area, you got to stop and see. Every year the rotation of our hall is unbelievable. We just got rid of the Scorpion snowmobile exhibit. Now we have an Aaron's exhibit in there. Some really cool sleds to see. The VMAX 4, Tim Bender's famous VMAX 4 Yamaha's there. Just some really cool stuff to look at.
I remember a lot about Bender racing back from my SRX days. I'm an old Yamaha guy. Hey, let's talk about that for a sec. Let's shift gears. We've got a 4-stroke out here, number 12 Yamaha. Tell us a little bit about that program. That was neat to me.
Yeah, well, one of the biggest dealers in the Yamaha, Pat's Motorsports out of Greenland, Michigan, stepped up and with the Yamaha announcement of Yamaha closing the snowmobile division, they decided to go after it and try a 4-stroke sled on the Formula 3 circuit. And Jesse Wergen, whose dad Jim, a famous racer for Yamaha, did a lot of winning, and it is a member of our Hall of Fame. Jesse stepped up and said, you know what, I want to join this fight, see what it's all about, and see if we can carry Big Blue to the end in a real prestigious way. So Pat's Motorsports out of Greenland, incredible people, Kip and Trish McIntyre, and they've put a lot of their own money into this deal to make it happen in honoring that brand. It's so cool to see.
All right, let's talk about your website at the Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame real quick. Once again, what is the address? And I guess that's obviously open 24/7 on the internet.
It is. The Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame website. You can go there anytime. Check it out. There's some cool information on there. Like I said, if you want to get a private tour, we do offer that if you call ahead. But you can Google us on the web and check it out. And like I said, you will not be disappointed. And the International Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame is right down the road at Eagle River. So we work very closely with them in the Legend Laps event. It's another great hall with some great historic sleds. Come down to Wisconsin and see us, and we'll return a favor back here to Beausejour. What a beautiful spot you guys have.
All right, thanks very much. That is Mark Resch from the Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame in St. Germain, Wisconsin. Great to interview you. Thanks for coming up, and we wish you all the best in the future with your Hall of Fame museum. That's cool.
Yeah, thank you so much, and again, kudos to everybody here in Beausejour. You guys really put on a great show. Thank you again.
All right, getting closer and closer now to the start of race 23, Junior 1 Sprint 380. And then after that race, we got a special treat for you we're going to tell you about a little later. Want to thank Mark Resch from the Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame for joining me here during our Quebec's intermission break. Lots of great information coming out of Wisconsin there, so nice to have him here. And Mark Resch and his crew, we hope to see you again in the future. All right, this is pretty cool, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit early arrival, but this is Bryce Olson on a Gilles Villeneuve replica twin tracker. This is a replica of the twin tracker that Gilles Villeneuve won the championship on in '75. Hand-built by Bryce Olson out of Saskatchewan. What a beautiful machine. 1975 vintage Gilles Villeneuve replica twin tracker. I haven't seen one of those things in years. Wow, is that cool? Well, that's some pretty cool information from Jan Baker. While Gilles Villeneuve was leading that race in 1975 here, he was waving to the crowd lap after lap. I think that Bryce Olson's replica has stopped on the back chute. It has, so I hear them calling on the radio for the recovery sled, and they might need more than one guy to lift that thing up on the recovery sled. That is a complex machine. Those things are really, really cool, and I got to get over and take a look at that thing later on in the pit area. That is something else. Didn't even know that was here till now. Bryce Olson on a Gilles Villeneuve replica twin tracker from 1975. All right, so the first race coming up in our second half will be race 23, Junior 1 Sprint 380 for 12 to 14-year-olds. That'll be a final for 4 laps. Then we'll get into some Pro Champ racing. Race 24, 25, and 26 in the Pro Champ 440 division. And after race 26, ladies and gentlemen, you can meet and greet the Pro Champ drivers and Outlaw drivers at the beer garden for an autograph session. That's going on after race number 26. We'll be back momentarily with your Junior 1 Sprint 380 class for 12 to 14-year-olds as they take Olson's machine, that replica of the Gilles Villeneuve twin tracker, on the recovery sled. That build must have been awful cool. All right, here we go. So race 23, Junior 1 Sprint 380 for 12 to 14-year-olds. Should be coming our way, and they are. The 60 is going to be Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba. The 43 is Carson Peterson. Riding the 11 is Ben Meyer. The 10 is Derek Meyer. Both of those riders out of Michigami, Michigan. And the 99 is going to be Levi Lurkey out of Howlock, Minnesota, on a 2023 Johnson Racing chassis. So that is your Junior 1 Sprint 380 for 12 to 14-year-old final lineup for 5 laps. This one could be 4. It's 4 on our lineup sheets, 5 on the broadcast. So we're going to try to figure that out here. We're just going to watch the flagman and count laps. That's the easiest way to do that. Next up, race 24, 25, and 26 Pro Champs, then the meet and greet at the Beer Garden. Riley Baker looks them over, and we're racing the 11 and the 10 with great starts. Ben Meyer on the 11 with a great start. Want to remind everybody that we do have a lost wallet. It's been located and it is in the announcer's tower, so come up and get it if it is yours. We are racing here in the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class for 12 to 14-year-olds. The 11 up front, followed by the 10. Those are the Myers, of course, out of Michigami, Michigan. The 43 is Carson Peterson out of Lancaster. Could we get Logan Johnson to the announcer's tower, please? Logan Johnson to the announcer's tower. White flag coming out this time around. And almost done. Your final in the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class for 12 to 14-year-olds. And that'll do it. The 11 will take the big win. Ben Meyer over the 10 of Derek Meyer. And there's the number 43, unofficially third, Carson Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota, on a 2023 Brian Burkle chassis. I know Brian Burkle. He's from Greenbush, Minnesota. Wonder if he's watching out there in internet land. Levi Lurkey out of Howlock, Minnesota, on the 99, coming across on the Johnson Racing chassis. Okay, Pro Champ coming up, race 24, 25, and 26. And again, a reminder, a meet and greet with Pro Champ and Outlaw drivers at the Beer Garden after race number 26. So 3 heats of Pro Champ, then the meet and greet where you can get autographs at the Moose Den, the Beer Garden here at CPTC. All right, so let's go with the first Pro Champ lineup, race 24. All right, DJ Saluk is going to get scratched from this race 24, as is Quinn Whitechuck, both of those riders out of Beausejour. We're also going to scratch the 15 of Hunter Sears from St. Francis, Minnesota. So 3 scratches in race 24. The 39 is sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing out of Greenbush, Minnesota. This will be Tom Olson. The 75 is Calvin Cook from Dayton, Minnesota. The 370, sponsored by Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach. And Demon Racing, the 370 is Matt Zalai from Cooks Creek, Manitoba. The 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. The 1 is Griffin Lepak, and the 102 is Blaine Stevenson. Blaine Stevenson, the reigning USSA Pro Star Cup champion and winning 5 of 6 rounds last year. But last night here in round 1 of the new season, it was Gunnar Stern on the 220 drawing first blood. All right, we're going to try it again here in race number 24. There's the 39, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing. The 370, sponsored by Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach. The 6 is right there as well. That is Gavin Peterson on the Skidoo. And in the back, the 75, good-looking number 75, Calvin Cook. 102 and the 39 go side by side. It is tight. Looks like the 39 comes out of turn 2, but here comes the 102. It is close. Look at the Wall Brothers Racing sleds fly through turn 3 and 4. Wow. Stevenson and Olsen 1-2 on the racetrack. This is race 24, Pro Champ 440, round 3, heat number 1 on cooldown.tv, brought to you by FXR Race Division. Number 6 in the 3rd spot, that's Gavin Peterson out of Minnesota. 4th, the Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach. Number 370 of Matt Zalai, now 95 miles per hour on the previous circuit. The 102 of Blaine Stevenson is finding some speed here in this particular heat race, race 24. Taking the white flag. Here comes the number 6 of Gavin Peterson in the 3rd spot. The Big Smoke Barbecue 370 of Matt Zalai stopping at the flag stand. Troubles for the Big Smoke Barbecue 370 right now. Checkers for Blaine Stevenson. That'll do it. Olsen, then the 6 of Peterson. That is your top 3. Calvin Cook on the 75, unofficially 4th. But a tough break for Matt Zalai out of Cooks Creek, Manitoba. Looks like that sled might leave under its own power, however. Matt Zalai just a couple of years in Pro Champ competition. Sponsored by Big Smoke Barbecue and Smokehouse in Steinbach. He'll take that thing back to the pit area now and have a look. That'll do it for race 24. Race 25 on deck. That'll be more Pro Champ racing, as will race 26. Then the meet and greet with the Pro Champ drivers and the Outlaw drivers at the Moose Den, the beer garden. Here we go with our next group of competitors. The 233 is going to be Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin, on a 2020 Polaris. Riding a 2023 wall chassis, the 11 is Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin. 31 is Will Garceau out of Wisconsin, also on a 2022 PPB. chassis. PBP. Peter Bob Peter chassis. All right. The 5 is Ross Olson out of Fargo. The 21 is Tyler Obi. Tyler is out of Beausejour. We will be riding a 2018 Skidoo. The 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. 3 in the 48 are teammates for Skelton Truck Lines. 220, well, a guy that's dominated here in Pro Champ so far this weekend, Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. He rides the Red Bull Skidoo, number 220. 4-time TLR Cup champion. This ought to be a good one here in race number 25. I am looking forward to this one. All right, getting set to go. Looks like the Red Bull Skidoo on the inside. Watch how fast this guy starts. Let's see how consistent he is. Yep, pretty consistent, all right. Gunnar Stern on the inside of Mankey on the 11 as they head through turns number 1 and 2. We've got ourselves a battle into turn 3 and 4 here in race number 25. This is your Pro Champ 440 round 3 Heat 2 race. Gunnar Stern, Mankey, and the 3 of Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Currently your top 3 on the racetrack for FXR Race Division. Number 3 into the second spot. The 48 is right there in 4th. That is Philippe Roy Lalonde. .98 miles per hour on the previous circuit. There's the Red Bull Skidoo showing the way. The 3, the 11, and the 48. Ross Olson is on the number 5 out of Fargo, North Dakota. That is a 2010 Skidoo. White flag for the Red Bull Skidoo, the 220 of G-Money, Gunnar Stern. 1 to go. And checkers are out. Once again, the 220 finishes first. Danique Lambert second. Well, that was a good race at the end. The 11 was second. I believe the 5 got there in third. I'm going to check with our officials here to make sure that that is the case. All right, it was the 11 in the third spot, we're told by our timing and scoring staff. So the 11 in third place. That, of course, was Fred Mankey, just edging out Ross Olson out of Fargo, North Dakota, who was charging at the finish line. Good racing in that race 25, the Pro Champ 440 class, and we're going to do it again right now in race 26. After this race, Pro Champ riders and outlaw drivers will be at the Beer Garden. You want to check that out. All right, here's the lineup for race 26. The 54 is Calvin Peterson. The 55, Brett Keelback out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba. He's been having a decent weekend. The 35 is Dylan Barron. Riding the 39X, also pretty fast this weekend, is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. That is a Hool chassis. The number 8 is Travis McDonald out of Lockport. The Bennett's Marine Serve Pro number 8 will be in this one. 24 scheduled is Jordan Sobetsky. He was unable to compete last race, but looks like that sled is running. The Sobetsky Enterprises 24, good to go, it seems. And on the number 28 scheduled to start is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. The 04 is Luke Olson. Matt Gady on the 28. racing here in the Pro Champ 440 class. He is the world champion in the F3 class in Eagle River. Green flag, here we go. Uh-oh, we've got a crash in turn 1 and 2. 55, I think, of Keelback. 55, Brett Keelback out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba on the wall chassis. As we look at our cooldown.tv instant replay. Well, lots of sleds in turn 1 and not a lot of room as is usual. Seems there's a bit of contact maybe between the 55 and the 24 maybe? It looks like the 55 got the worst of it. That is Brett Keelback. So they will collect the sled. I believe the rider is okay. I haven't heard anything on the radio to make me believe otherwise. I don't know if they're going to try to give it a go again or just load it up on the recovery sled. We'll find out momentarily. This is race 26. And don't forget, after this race 26, there'll be a meet and greet with the Pro Champ and Outlaw drivers over at the beer garden, the Moose Den. Don't miss that one. You can get autographs. Also, while you're at the beer garden, check out the full line of CPTC promo wear just in time for Christmas. Looking over that 55 pretty carefully in turns 1 and 2. May be able to continue here. That would be good news for Brett Keelback if he was able to. However, they do want to check that sled out pretty closely. All right, let's go through the race schedule. We're at race 26, Pro Champ 440s right now. So during the meet and greet for the Pro Champ and Outlaw drivers, we'll go to race 27, the Pro Formula 500s. That'll be race 27, 28, and 29 for Pro Formula 500. Then we go to Pro Formula 3 for 2 races, race 30 and 31, and then race 32 will be the Superstock 250, 300, 340 final for 5 laps, and then we will go to a Quebec's intermission break for grooming. All right, it looks like we are going to continue with the number 55 of Brett Keelback out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba. That is a wall chassis underneath the rider there. All right, Riley Baker, our official starter, coming over to the line now. The FXR Race Division start-finish line soon will be filled with Pro Champ 440 riders here. Hope you're enjoying the race action today. After a great day of motorsports action and night last night here in Beausejour under the permanent lighting system. Wow, that was cool. All right, Riley's calling him down. Come on down, says Riley. Let's get racing here. Calvin Peterson on the 54 out of Eden, Wisconsin, first to the line. 55 going to start in the second row. Brett Keelback after that first corner crash. There's the 35 of Dylan Barron out of Enola. The MPH Racing number 8, Travis McDonald, the 24 of Sobetsky. The 04 who has been quick, that is Luke Olson out of Michigan. And we're green, here we go. Looks like the number 28 with the hole shot. That left front ski lifting up high in turn 1, but the rider gathers it up and heads down the back straightaway That rider, of course, is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. The F3 world champion on his Pro Champ here in Beausejour right now. We are racing here in race 26. Don't forget, you can meet and greet these riders and the Outlaw riders in the beer garden following this race. Just give them a few minutes to get off their sleds and get on over to the autograph session. Riley Baker, our starter, with a green flag in hand for the 28, 39X. Having a good run. Keep your eyes on Travis McDonald on the number 8 out of Lockport. MPH Racing. Number 8 in the third spot. A ways back from the 39X in second. That is Justin Peterson. 98 miles per hour on the previous lap. That is quick. White flag is out for Gady. Brett Keelback on the 55, working his way back through the field, already in fourth. That'll do it for Gady. He takes a win, the 39X. Justin Peterson second. McDonald, Keelback, then the 54 in fifth. That is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin on a 2013 Skidoo. All right, now that is the conclusion of race 26. So time for the meet and greet with the Pro Champ and Outlaw riders over at the beer garden. Race 27 coming up. Pro Formula 500. That'll happen in race 28 as well in the same class. And race 29. Pro Formula 500 is coming your way very soon here. All right, so let's have a look here at race 27. 22A is going to be Colton Abraham. The 34X is Cale Bellow. The 9 is Dane Klinger. Riding the 48 is Rich Mork out of Eagle River. The 111 is Tanner Foss. Riding the 95 is Jerry LePage. The 135 is Blair McDonald. Riding the number 17 is Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour. And Dallas Morin should be on the 361 out of Fargo, North Dakota. That is a 1990 Polaris. So this should be race 27, Pro Formula 500, round 5, heat 1, for a total of 5 laps around the half-mile oval. 2.5-mile race coming up. If you are in race 28 or 29 in the Pro Formula 500 class, you need to work your way to staging here momentarily. Logan Johnson, if you're in the facility, Logan Johnson. We need you to come to the announcer's tower. Logan Johnson. Race 27, Pro Formula 500, round 5, heat 1, set to come your way here for FXR Race Division. Riley Baker having a good look at the starting line, and we are green. The 9 with a good start. That is Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. 22A in the third spot. That is Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Oh, we got a rider with his hand up in turn 3 and 4. Nine battling with the 22A. Yeah, there won't be any mosquitoes over in turn 3 and 4 now with all that smoke. Great racing up front between the 22A and the number 9. 22A is Colton Abraham, the 9 Dane Klinger. Well, that last lap by the leader here in the Pro Formula 500s was 81 miles per hour. Cale Bellow is on the 34X out of Waupun, Wisconsin. This race scheduled for 5 laps. White flag is out, 1 to go. Riding the 48X is Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. Great racing action. Checkered flag is out. It looks like the 22A followed by the 9. 34X coming across. And then the 135. That is Blair McDonald out of Ile-des-Chênes on the 135. That is a 1989 Polaris. Getting ready now. Well, we've got a racer down awaiting a recovery sled, do we? I can see that on cooldown.tv. That was the smoking gun, huh? Well, that smoking gun is going to get loaded up on the recovery sled. Going to have to hitchhike here. He did put his thumb out, of course. I could see that due to the great camera work of cooldown.tv. That is the 111 of Tanner Foss out of Middle River, Minnesota, a great competitor here in Beausejour. That 1989 Polaris is going to get a little trip on the recovery sled now. Race 28 coming up next. We'll go through that lineup momentarily here for FXR Race Division. All right, well, it looks like the 111 on his way back to the pit area now. So we'll get ready to get through the lineup in race 28, the Pro Formula 500, round 5, heat 2. Scratch the number 14 of James Schneider from this one immediately. That rider will not compete. James Schneider out of Beausejour is scratched for race number 28. The 98 is Nick Kurth out of Wausau. 54, Tom Keelback. The 50 is Marcus Caitlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. Riding the 29 is Brad Harrison. The 41 is Austin Madison. The number 3 is going to be Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. And Aaron Davey out of Middle River rides the 213 in race 28. Aaron Davey on the 213 on a 1989 Polaris. All right, race 28, Pro Formula 500, round 5, heat 2 set to go here as we get set to go racing for FXR Race Division. Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin on the number 50 with a great hole shot there. But he's got company down the back chute as they race into turn number 3. 213 Aaron Davey, a strong competitor out of Middle River, Minnesota, riding that 89 Polaris here this weekend. Up front, then it's the 50, then the 3 of Danique Lambert out of Sorel-Tracy, Quebec. That is your top 3 so far, but what a race we have in the top 5. Keep your eyes on the 29 of Brad Harrison out of Enola. He is sneaky, currently in the 4th spot. Looks like we've got troubles for the leader here, slowing down quite a bit in the entrance of turn 3 and now slowing greatly on the front straightaway. A tough break for the 213 of Aaron Davey out of Middle River. That Polaris stopping on the front chute after leading this one. 80 miles an hour on the last circuit for the number 213. It is not traveling 80 miles anymore. 80 miles per hour or even 0.8 miles. It is done. The white flag is out for your race leader. The number 3 of Danique Lambert out of Sorel-Tracy, Quebec. And your winner, the number 3, sponsored by Skelton Truck Lines. Harrison on the 29, and then the 50 is 3rd. Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin on a 1990 Polaris, bringing home that number 50 in the 3rd spot. Will need a recovery sled for the former leader, the 213 of Aaron Davey out of Middle River, Minnesota. A tough break. Not sure what the source of the mechanical issue is on that one, but it is not going anywhere on its own power. All right. I was just talking to Riley down on the front chute, and I asked what happened to the 213, and he said, well, it just blew up. It's all blowed up. All right. It might be internal combustion turning to external combustion, sure. All right, so the 213 of Aaron Davey going to get a ride back to the pit area. What's next? Race 29, Pro Formula 500 once again. 003 is going to be Brody Wenzloff out of Roseau, Minnesota. The 9 is Stefan Carignan from Winnipeg on a Skidoo. The 111 will be Dave Blair out of Owen Sound. The 27X is Calvin Iverson. The 113 is Kendra Westland. We're going to scratch the 21 of Zach Rogers from this one in race 29, so scratch the 21 of Zach Rogers. The 685 is Tanner Davey out of Middle River. The 580 is Caroline Allard out of Roseau. And Caroline is on a 1989 Polaris for race 29. Round 5, heat 3 of the Pro Formula 500 class. Well, we continue to work on the audio for the live stream, but everything is crystal clear here on the PA, into our monitor boards, on our computers. So we're thinking it has to be something with that transmission from the building or the facility here out onto the internet and into your living room or your office, wherever you're watching on cooldown.tv. So we don't think it's our problem. Don't we sound like everybody else in the world now, eh? It's not our problem, but I don't think it really is. We're really clear here. So everything is working as normal as far, and we've also reset the stream a couple times. So definitely trying to work on it for you that are watching on cooldown.tv. We are doing our best, I assure you. Anthony and Chris from Cooldown TV would not have it any other way. There's the 580 coming up to the line. Caroline Allard out of Roseau, Minnesota. Getting set to do some racing here. Whoop. We've got some excitement early on the starting line. 003. Brody Wensloff out of Roseau, Minnesota, a little excited. Here comes the 9, the 111, the 003 will go to the second row here. Brody Wensloff out of Roseau, Minnesota on the 1990 Polaris. Nice looking number 27X there on the outside. At least for a second while Kendra Westland pulls the 113 over there. Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota on a 1992 Polaris. Keep your eyes on her. She is fast. Caroline Allard on the 580 following Kendra Westland. Trying to make the oval a little smaller. But when the green flag drops, they're going to have to go a half a mile around this place. And getting set to go racing, here we go. Kendra Westland with a great start. This is race 29, the Pro Formula 500, round 5, heat number 3 race. $113, $27, and the 9 of Carignan, 1, 2, 3 thus far. Stefan Carignan out of Winnipeg on the 91 Skidoo, currently occupying the 3rd spot. The 27 is second. That is the 27X of Calvin Iverson out of Wisconsin. That is a 1990 Polaris. $685 is Tanner Davey out of Middle River. Coming up next, we are going to race a couple races in the Pro Formula 3 class. So if you're in the Pro Formula 3 classes, you need to get to staging immediately. Hope you're enjoying the race action here today in Beausejour. Fantastic day for motorsports action, a little less windy than it was yesterday. Yesterday we had a stiff north wind. Racing from the daylight into the night. And of course turning on our all-new permanent lighting system here at CPTC. What a project that was. But as usual, the staff at CPTC getting it done and getting it done well and in a big way. They don't do anything halfway. Checkered is out. That is going to go to the 113, followed by the 27 and the 9. They are your top three. Stefan Kerrigan. There is the 685. Tanner Davey. 111. Dave Blair out of Owen Sound, Ontario, coming across. So that'll do it for race number 29, the Pro Formula. No, we're going to. Yeah, that's right. Race 29 was. Yeah, you did get a little ahead. That's okay. Race 29 was Pro Formula 500. Now we're going to F3. All right. All right, here's your starting lineup for race 30, Pro Formula 3, round 5, heat 1. 129 is Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. The 75, Calvin Cook, is out of Dayton. Riding the 12 is Jesse Wergen. That is the 4-stroke out of Hazelhurst, Wisconsin. We talked to Mark Resch from the Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame about that one earlier. The 29 is Luke Olson out of Michigan, and the 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers, is Blaine Stevenson. Oh, a little squirrely in turn 1. But gathering it up. Nice job by Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota on the 2023 Polaris. Rear end of that sled getting a little bit wild off the starting line. Blaine Stevenson on the 102 challenging the 129 of Joey Birch now. 99 miles per hour. In the Pro Formula 3 class here, they are moving. Wow. .102 of Blaine Stevenson trying to make a move on the 75 of Calvin Cook now. Good racing action in turn 3 and 4. Fourth spot is the 29, Luke Olson. White flag is out. Keep your eyes on the 129 inside of the 102 now into turn number 3. This is going to be a fantastic finish here. Right to the wire. Wow, Cook, Stevenson, and the 129 in a great race. Joey Birch followed by the 29 of Luke Olson unofficially, but what a finish that was in race number 30, Pro Formula 3 action. Awesome. All right, race 31 coming up. Pro Formula 3, round 5, heat 2. The 220 is Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. That is the Red Bull Skidoo entry. The 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Riding the 28 is the current world champion out of Eagle River in the Pro Formula 3 division. This is the 28 of Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. Number 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota, and the Wall Brothers Racing 39 out of Greenbush is Tom Olson. Getting some heat in those exhaust pipes as we get set to go. Great start for the world champ on the 28. 39 on the outside. This race scheduled for 5 laps. Matt Gady leading the number 6. That is Gavin Peterson. Good battle for 3rd and 4th spot now here in race 31. Pro Formula 3 as Matt Gady continues to ride away from the competition. 39 in the 3rd spot is a Wall Brothers Racing FXR number 39 of Tom Olson, a real good competitor in this class. Wall Brothers Racing has their stuff together for sure and has for many, many years. 98 miles per hour on the previous lap for your leader. So we've got the 28, the 6, and the 39 in the top 3 here. .100 on the last lap. One more to go for the number 28. Gunnar Stern a ways back on the Red Bull Skidoo, the number 220, currently running 5th. Checkers out for Matt Gady. Second goes to the number 6, of course, Gavin Peterson. 39, Tom Olson in the 3rd spot unofficially in race 31, the Pro Formula 3 class. That was round 5, heat number 2. We'll be along right away with race number 32, Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan. This will be a final for 5 laps. Then we will move to another Cubex grooming break, another intermission. Yes, we'll talk about that. I'm going to go through the lineup here. All right, let's talk about race 32. The number 84 is Chad Bartok. Riding the 94 is Brian Kep. Dwayne Lassen is on the number 31. Dwayne is out of Creighton, Saskatchewan. On the number 15, this is Sheldon Carlson from Mackinac, North Dakota on a 1976 Mercury. The 14 is Jared Koopman out of Jansen, Saskatchewan. Riding the 41, Tony Autumn. And the 75 is Karen Schwartz. Ken Schwartz. Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie. Ken Schwartz on a 76 Yamaha. All right, Ken Schwartz getting ready on the number 75. He is going to start on the inside by the looks of it. Goggles coming off. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, that 75 is not going to go this time, it looks like. Tough break for Ken Schwartz. Here in the Superstock 250, 300, 340 fan class. The final for 5 laps is on track and going. 15, followed by the number 41 of Tony Autumn. Sheldon Carlson on a Mercury. Tony Autumn on a 76 Polaris. 66 miles per hour. You're in your Super Stock 250, 300, 340 fan class. This race brought to you by FXR Race Division. Coming up next, a Quebec grooming break. You can head on over to the beer garden, the Moose Den, and check things out, grab some Christmas gifts. We have a full line of CPTC promo wear available. Grab yourself a nice cold Moosehead or Twisted Tea. 15 extending his lead on the 41 of Tony Autumn here. A couple of North Dakota racers doing well. Here is the number 14, that is Jared Koopman out of Jansen, Saskatchewan. 31 is Dwayne Lassen out of Creighton, Saskatchewan on a 76 Mercury. Currently running fourth. As the white flag will come out for the leader this time around. And checkered flag coming out. Riley Baker has it in his hand. It's going to go to the 15. Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac. 41 is Tony Autumn out of Milton, North Dakota. In the second spot. And there's the number 14 in third, Jared Koopman out of Jansen, Saskatchewan. 31 fourth, the 84 fifth. The 84 Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba, riding a 75 Arctic Cat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time now for a Quebec's intermission break. We're going to do some grooming. We invite you over to the Moose Den, the beer garden. Grab yourself a nice cold one. Check out the full line of CPTC promo wear. Also, the concession area is open. Get yourself one of those delicious cheeseburgers at the concession area. It's good.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
Whether investing in your child's future,
planning your dream retirement,
or saving for a vacation in between,
Access Credit Union has the right investment solution for every stage in your life. Open an investment online in minutes and get sound advice tailored to your needs.
As members ourselves, you'll feel comfort in knowing we have your best interest at heart. Access Credit Union. Invest in you.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting.
You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
right, so we're going to flip-flop some races here. I'm told we were set to go with race 33, Pro Champ 440 last chance qualifier for 7 laps. But we are going to go to race 34 instead right now, which will be Junior 2 Stock 380 final for 13 to 17-year-olds. I think they are getting there now. Yes, they are. All right, the number 60 is going to be Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve. The 10 is Derek Meyer. The 43 is Carson Peterson. The 99, Levi Lurkey, is out of Hallock. And the 11 is Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. So racing in race 34 instead of race 33. Here we go. 11 and the 10 first off the line. As we race down the back straightaway. Looks like the 11 up front. Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. .43 is Carson Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. Good racing action down the back chute, making a move now into turn 3 and 4. This is race 34 on your schedule. 65 miles per hour on the previous lap in the Junior 2 Stock 380 class. Good racing action in the top 4. White flag is coming out. Carson Peterson leading the 10 and the 11. Derek Meyer on the 10, the 11, Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. We got a race happening now down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Carson Peterson hanging in there right now. It's going right to the wire here. Looks like Peterson will take the number 1 spot, then the 10, followed by the 11, the Myers. 99, Levi Lurkey comes across the line as well out of Hallock, Minnesota on the Johnson Racing chassis. That'll do it for race 34, Junior 2 Stock 380. As the 60 comes across as well, that is Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba on the 99 Polaris. That's the conclusion of race 34. Now, I believe we're going to flop back to the last chance qualifier, race 33, in the Pro Champ 440 class. So here's the lineup I have for the last chance qualifier. Not sure if they'll all make it or not. The 39 is going to be Tom Olson out of Greenbush. Riding the 54 is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. The 04 is Luke Olson. The 370, Matt Zalai, sponsored by Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach. The number 5 is Ross Olson out of Fargo. The 31 is Will Garceau. The 11, Fred Mankey from Lodi, Wisconsin. The 75 is Calvin Cook from Dayton, Minnesota on a Wall chassis. 24 is the Sobetsky Enterprises entry of Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour. And Hunter Sears is on the number 15, we are told, out of St. Francis, Minnesota. All right, race 33 on your schedule now. We flip-flopped 33 and 34. Flip-flop, I got to work on that one. Matt Zalai on the Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach, 370, the 5, 31 coming in, the 11, the 24, and the 16. Last chance qualifier in the Pro Champs. 3 events for the main event. We got ourselves a great race early here. This one scheduled for 7 laps. Race 33, the Pro Champ 440, last chance qualifier. Just 3 go to the main event. 54 of Calvin Peterson looking pretty good thus far. Tom Olson is on the 39 out of Greenbush. They are racing hard into turn 3 and 4 in this 7-lap battle. Luke Olson out of Michigan looking good on the 0-4. Look at the race for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Only 3 transfer. Salai on the Big Smoke Barbecue, 370. 95 miles per hour as the 54 stops on the front chute. That is Cal Peterson out. But let's look to the front now. 0-4 is your leader. 370. And the 39 in the top 3. Those are your transfer spots so far. Matt Zalai doing all he can to hang on here on the Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach 370, also sponsored by Demon Racing. Will Garceau is on the number 31, not in a transfer spot currently. One to go for the 0-4 of Luke Olson, your leader. Zalai, then Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing number 39. Tom Olson following Matt Zalai on the 370 here. Matt Zalai out of Cooks Creek in a transfer spot in 2nd. Your winner is the 0-4 of Luke Olson. 2nd, the Big Smoke 370. And then the 39, they will transfer. The 5 of Ross Olson, close, but 4 spot will not be good enough for Ross Olson out of Fargo, North Dakota on the Skidoo. So we have our 3 qualifiers. That was the Pro Champ 440 last chance qualifier there. As we get ready to get back in order, I think here with the Race 35 coming up. That should be our last chance qualifier for 5 laps in the Pro Formula 500 class. The 54, Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin, getting a lift from our recovery team. Want to welcome everybody here to FXR Race Division CPTC facility. What a great weekend for motorsports action here. Fantastic night last night under the lights, our permanent lights being used for a race for the first time ever last night, and it was spectacular. Great crowd. A lot of happy people as we get set to go for Race 35, Pro Formula 500, last chance qualifier. Okay, here we go with the lineup. The 95 is Jerry LePage out of Murillo, Ontario. Riding the 34X is Cale Bellow out of Waupun, Wisconsin. The 50 is Marcus Catlin from Merrill, Wisconsin. Riding the 41 is Austin Madison from Badger. The 48X is Rich Mork. The 54 is Tom Keelback. Riding the 111 is Dave Blair. The 17 is Jared Sackvey. The 685 Tanner Davey is out of Middle River, Minnesota. And the 03 is Brody Wensloff from Roseau, Minnesota on a 1990 Polaris. Requalify in this one as well, just like the Pro Champs. This is a highly competitive class in the Formula 500 division, and only 3 will go to the main event. Marcus Catlin on the 50 with a pretty good start. Rich Mork as well on the 48X out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. Pretty quick with the trigger finger. Just 3 qualify to the final here in the Pro Formula 500 division. What a race. 95-50 and the 17 in the transfer spots. Whoa, heads up. We've got a rider in turn 1 and 2. I think that could be LePage. I'm not sure. Action in turn 3 and 4 now. Top 3 qualify. $50, $54, and $48, your top 3. 48 is Rich Mork out of Eagle River. Tom Keelback is out of Tyndall, Manitoba on the 54. Great racing action in the top 3. They are side by side now for second and third, coming out of turn number 2. Rich Mork riding that 48X out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. That is a 1990 Polaris. White flag is coming out as these riders continue to battle. New leader, the 48X, then the 50, and now the 54. $48X, Rich Mork out of Eagle River showing the way on the bright red sled in turn 4. And he'll take it on the 48X. The 50 and the 54 all qualify. The 685 of Tanner Davey will not qualify, nor will the 111 of Dave Blair. Brody Wensloff out of Roseau, Minnesota on the 003 also will not qualify. Just the top 3. All right, that'll do it for our last chance qualifier for 5 laps. Race 35 in the Pro Formula 500 class. All right, new page on our schedule. Race 36 coming up. This should be your IFS 440X final. 5 laps will be the distance. All right, here's your starting lineup in race 36 in the IFS 440X class. The 27X is Cal Iverson out of Wisconsin on a 73 Polaris. Also on a 73 Polaris will be the 35 of Paul Diefenthaler. The number 7 is Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour. The 12 is Jamie Grenier from Manitou, Manitoba. Riding the 80 is Joe Presta. He was pretty fast here yesterday out of Ladywood, Manitoba on that 79 Skidoo. And the 41 is Tony Autumn out of Milton, North Dakota, a 1979 Arctic Cat. Tension in the pit area, race 37 and 38. Sportsman 600s. We will need you in staging. Oh, looks like we've got a jumper. We're going to try that one again. It looks like the 7 of Ryan Gibson might have been a little excited. Ryan was on the number 7 on the four-wheeler as well in the ATV division. Just put that one together. Good for me. How was the poutine, I wonder?
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10, eh? All right, of course, delicious poutine. Anthony from CoolDown.tv approved. It is Poutine Sunday here. Brought to you by FXR Race Division, so get on over to the concession area. How many kinds of poutine are there? Just the one? Different ones here? You could get several different. Oh, here it's the same one. Okay, so you can just walk up and say, I need an order of poutine, and they'll serve it to you. All right, gotcha. I believe that second sled is number 35. Kind of hard to read that number. There's the 12 of Jamie Grenier. 27X, Calvin Iverson. On the throttle. 73 Polaris. Look at the number 80 go. Wow. Joe Presta out of Ladywood. That is a 79 Skidoo. Does that thing fly? I have the Iverson and Diefenthaler sleds as 73 Polarises. I do not think that is accurate in the IFS 440X class. Probably Polarises, but not that old. Breakage out of turn 2. 96 miles per hour. We think that's number 7 back there. That would be none other than Ryan Gibson if that is the case. Presta, clearly the class of the field here. Jamie Grenier on the 12. But take a look at Joe Presta out of Ladywood, Manitoba on the 79 Skidoo. I think he's got this one figured out. Checkers for the number 80. There's the 12, followed by the 27 for third, Calvin Iverson. Riding the 35 is Paul Diefenthaler out of Two Rivers, Wisconsin. That'll do it for race 36 IFS 440X final for 5 laps. All right. Well, Gibson got the 7 going after the race, but a little too late. He'll take that one back to the pit area as we get set to move on to a couple Sportsman 600 races. So we will have race 37 and 38 as Sportsman 600 heat races. Then race 39, we return to the Outlaw 600s with the roll cages. And it looks like race number 40 has been scratched. All right, just going through some scratches with our track officials here. And we'll bring you those, not for the 600 class, but a little later on in the program. All right, we do have a couple of late scratches in race 37 coming up now in the Sportsman 600 class. We're going to scratch the 34X of Cale Belau out of Waupun, Wisconsin, and the 14 of Caden Temple out of Grand Point, Manitoba. The 179 Jason Mackey is going to race. The 16 DJ Saluk, the 75 Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie will be on the track, we're told. The 23 is Will Manchelenko, and the 72 is Ryan Fleischacker out of Humboldt, Saskatchewan, on a 1997 Polaris. Here we go, a great start for the 72. Ryan Fleischacker out of Humboldt, Saskatchewan, right out of the gate. And we've got a collision come out of turn 2, but everyone is heading down the track. No one has stopped just yet. Challenge for the lead now. DJ Saluk on the 16. There's an awful lot happening in turn 1 and 2 in this race. Race 37, Sportsman 600s. Getting at it with DJ Saluk up front and in command. .75 on the outside. That is Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. Here's a run on the outside for the 75. Goes right on by. Race 37 in the Sportsman 600s for FXR Race Division. So the 75 leads the 16 and the 72 of Fleischacker. As once again, we've got big action in turn 1 and 2. 75 speeds away, Ken Schwartz. .16 trying to chase down the leader here. White flag is out. Fleischacker still third. Right now, the 75 with a big advantage. That is Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie. 75 is going to take the win, followed by the 16 of Saluk and the 72 of Fleischacker. That will do it 1, 2, 3 in the Sportsman 600 class for race 37. 179 is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Aboard a 1996 Polaris. More Sportsman 600 action set to come your way in our upcoming race, race number 38 on your schedule. Sportsman 600, round 4, heat 2 for 5 laps coming up. And the lineup looks like this. The 46 is Michael Tadashori. The 15, Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour. Riding the 41 is Austin Madison out of Badger, Minnesota. The 13 is John Hall from Beausejour. Riding the 44X. This is Randall Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. The 779 is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. And the 55 is Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. Race 38, Sportsman 600, round 4, heat number 2 set to come your way. We got a jumper. Wow, that was quick. Michael Tadashori, it looks like, on the number 46. We will confirm that momentarily, but I think that was the first sled to come off the line. It's pretty bright red, and, well, it was ahead of everybody else. But I'm not a track official. 55 coming to the inside. That is Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. Race number 38 on the track. We're going now. Great start for the number 13 of John Hall. John Hall out of Beausejour. Colton Kreutzer is out of Drake, Saskatchewan on a 2000 Polaris number 779. Battling with the 13. Here comes the 55 of Carter Herman. That's the bright green 99 Arctic Cat out there. Great racing up front here in race 38. This one scheduled for 5 laps. Side by side now. As Hall looking good on the 13 and slides up a bit, opening the door. The 779 of Colton Kreutzer. 87 miles per hour on the last lap. Colton Kreutzer is flying. Here comes the 15 of Kyle Omachinski now. Couple of Beausejour riders battling for second and third. And there goes the 15 on the inside of the 779. New leader, the number 15, is Kyle Omachinski. Omachinski getting it together here in the closing laps. Wow. Omachinski, the 779 and the 13 in the top 3. The 55 is 4th. Carter Herman, 46 of Tatashori, is 5th. Checkered flag is out for the 15 of Omachinski. Great race by Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour on the 2000 Polaris. Man, did he get the job done there. Time for race 39, the Outlaw 600s. The 1 is Joe Schneider, the 14, Nathan Gebhardt. Ron Teroff is on the number 4, or in the number 4. The 19 is Chris Plasky, the 36, Thomas Stoltman, and the 18 is Tim Gebhardt out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. That is your lineup in a rolling start here for race 39, the Outlaw 600s. This is round 4 for 5 laps. And here we go. 14 in front of the 1 here into turn number 1. Nathan Gebhardt out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Leading the 1 of Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Third spot currently, Ron Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa. He is 3rd. Great battle up front here in the Outlaw 600 class. These sleds / sprint cars have to weigh 875 pounds with driver following the race. Minimal modifications to their 600 engines. As we have a new leader, that is the 1 of Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. 82 miles per hour. Won the 14 and the 4, followed by the 19. That is your top 4 here in the Outlaw 600 class. Joe Schneider in the 1 continues to dominate here. That sled is quick. And there's the checkered flag. It's all Joe Schneider in this one. 14 and the 19, second and third. 14 is Nathan Gebhard. The 19, Chris Plasky. Both those drivers out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Number 36, Tom Stoltman out of St. Germain as well. That is a 2010 Hooper chassis coming across the line in race 39, so that will put that one now in the books. Race 40 is canceled. We already ran it. Where was that? Race 10 and 11 combined. So that one is done. Race 40 is canceled. We'll move to race 41. Should be ice bikes coming, and there they are. Now, race 42 before the grooming break is the Supermod 340 Liquid, Superstock 440 Liquid combo, and that will be a 5-lap final. So if you're in that class, you will need to get to staging for race 42 right now. The ice bikes are going to run 5 laps, and then it'll be time for race 42. Austin Madison is on the 41 in the ice bikes out of Badger, Minnesota. That is a 2020 Yamaha motorcycle. We have the 71 of Amy Hood scheduled for this one. Don't know if she'll make it. The 22 is Zach Jasek out of Beausejour. The 219 is Caden Katowicz, and the 489 is Avery Carr out of Beausejour. Don't think I see the green Kawasaki here of Amy Hood, the number 71. Did compete a few races yesterday. But I don't think is going to make the line here today. Keep your eyes on the number 219 of Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield, Manitoba, the 2022 Honda. 489, Avery Carr getting ready out of Beausejour. I think the battle here is going to be between the two Hondas into turn number 1 and 2. And indeed, the 489 and the 219 get to the first corner first. These things really fly on 2 wheels on the big ice oval. Big horsepower with a pop-a wheelie. $82 miles per hour. Good battle at the back of the pack and at the front. 489 of Carr continues to lead with a 219 in second. We got ourselves a race up front here in the ice bikes. They are all over each other. Heads up, the 219 to the inside of the 489. But Avery Carr keeps a handful of throttle, but here comes the 219 once again. Oh, heads up. That is some tight racing over there. Whoa! New leader, the 219. 489 dropping to the second spot now. What a great pass by Caden Katowicz on the 219, getting by the 489 of Avery Carr. Less than a lap to go now. What an entertaining race. I don't know if you want to be doing that at 80 miles an hour. Pretty crazy. All right. 219 takes a win over Avery Carr. So your winner is going to be Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield, Manitoba on a 2022 Honda. Now, well back, about in Lockport right now, is the 22 for third. No, he's closer than that. 22, Zach Jasek out of Beausejour. Finishes in front of Austin Madison out of Badger, Minnesota on the 41. But what a battle up front. What a race is right. So you liked your poutine, Anthony, over at the concession. We got to get some cheeseburgers and maybe hot dogs going here eventually. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. We'll see. I had a orange here, like a Christmas orange. So I'm going to kind of bide my time. But I think those cheeseburgers are really good. Satsuma, maybe. Is that what you call them now? Okay, here's race 42 on the track. Supermod 340 liquid, Superstock 440 liquid. This is the combo race. It is the combo classic, in fact. It's a final for 5 laps. Riding the 65 is Norm Chura. The 65X, I think, is Cody Whitechuck. One of them is going to be an X, and Whitechuck, I believe, is the X. 13 is Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg. The 27X is Calvin Iverson. The 2 is a scratch, Joel Reed out of Tisdale. 727 is Marcus Iverson. The 223 is Adam Braun. Bryce Olson is going to be a scratch on the 20, and the 44 out of West St. Paul, Manitoba is Vic Mazer. .223 of Adam Braun on the outside on the Kawasaki. Nice looking sled. 1981 Kawasaki is the 223. So we get set to do some racing here. Looks like the 65. Oh, we got a crash. Well, the rider's up and okay. I don't know if that was the 65 of Chura over there, possibly. Going to go to a cooldown.tv replay here. It is the 65. So I think Whitechuck is on the 65X. And the 65 is Chura, I'm pretty sure. Let's go down to a cooldown.tv instant replay. A little bit squirrely going into turn 1 just to start with, as you can see. And left front ski comes up, no more steering. Gets into the first place rider, which I believe is his teammate. That looked like Whitechuck up front. And it's good to see minimal damage over there. We're going to try another angle. I believe that is Norm Chura, though, in turn 1 and 2. All right, that was definitely Norm Chura on the 65. 65X is Cody Whitechuck. You can see him back in the starting line along with the 727. That is Marcus Iverson, the 13 coming up. Kieran Lowen on the 1980 Yamaha. 223, Adam Braun out of Winnipeg. .27X is Cal Iverson out of Wisconsin. Marcus Iverson out of Langdon, North Dakota on the 727. Battling with Whitechuck. That is Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour on the 65X. The 65 has gone to the pit area with Norm Chura. That has been confirmed. Adam Braun on the 2-2-3 in the third spot. But right now, it is all Marcus Iverson out of Langdon, North Dakota on the 75 Arctic Cat as he leads Cody Whitechuck on the 65X and the 223 of Adam Braun. Looks like we lost the leader. The rider's okay, back up. Obviously a little disappointed as we will get our safety crew over to turn 3 and 4. We are working on race number 42. This is a Supermod 340 Liquid and Superstock 440 Liquid Combo Classic. Tough break for the 727. That is Marcus Iverson out of Langdon as we go to a cooldown.tv replay. Didn't quite catch that on that angle, but you can see the rider is definitely disgusted. That happened all by his lonesome. Following this race, the conclusion of this race, in fact, we will go to another Quebec grooming break. Getting closer and closer to race 53, our finale for the day. Don't forget, following the races, we will hand out awards and checks over at the Moose Den. That is the beer garden. That will come shortly after race 53. Just give our officials time to sort out the checks, write the checks, and get them all signed, and then we will be over at the beer garden presenting those checks and trophies. If there are trophies, I got to find that out. The 727 is on the recovery sled now. Marcus Iverson out of Langdon, North Dakota. Pulled off by the Polaris Razor, so the rest of the competitors over in turn number 4. A couple of stoppages in this particular race. All right, we're going to resume here. Race number 42, Supermod 340 Liquid and Superstock 440 Liquid. Combo Classic. 27X, Calvin Iverson out of Wisconsin on the 75 Merc. 65X of Whitechuck is there. The 223 Adam Braun is there, as is the 13 of Kieran Lowen. 4 sleds ready to go. Here we go. Calvin Iverson on the 27X. That is a 1975 Mercury out of Wisconsin. Leading the 65X, add the 223 of Adam Braun, along with the 13 of Kieran Lowen. That is the race order currently here as the laps wind down in this 5-lap finale for the Supermod 340 Liquids and Superstock 440 Liquids. One to go for the 27X of Calvin Iverson out of Wisconsin. Yeah, I got them all. Yeah, we got them a little earlier. That's okay. We figure it out. Checkered flag is out. It's going to be the 27X. Good finish there between Whitechuck and the 223 of Adam Braun. And there goes the 13 of Kieran Lowen on the Yamaha. Well, time now for a Quebec's grooming break here. We invite you over to the Moose Den, the beer garden. Check out our full line of CPTC promo wear. If you want Christmas gifts, today is a great time to get it. our final day of racing before Christmas. In fact, we're not back till March after this, so grab your CPTC promo wear right now in the beer garden or check out the concession area. Try one of those delicious cheeseburgers or the Anthony recommended poutine. Sounds great. We'll be back with you momentarily for FXR.
Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting.
You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
going to be the Junior 2 F500 and Junior 1 F500 classes. They will be combined into one race. Looks like a total of 5 competitors in Junior 2 F500 and 2 in Junior 1. Then we'll go to race 44, Pro Formula 3 final. Race 45 will be the Pro Formula 500 final, and then the ice bikes for race 46. So that'll be your next handful of races coming up after the Quebec's grooming break. Don't forget, check out the full line of CPTC promo wear right now at the Beer Garden. That is the Moose Den. We go. We're back here at CPTC for FXR. Race 43 coming up on your schedule. The Junior 2 F500s for 14 to 17-year-olds, and the Junior 1 F500s are 10 to 13-year-olds. So in the 10 to 13-year-old division, the 11 is going to be Ben Meyer, the 10, Derek Meyer, both out of Michigamme, Michigan. They will start on the back row. We will move to the Junior 2 F500 lineup, and we will scratch the 44 of Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. The 434 is Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster, also out of the same town as Marilee Peterson on the 44. The 112 is Ella Gust out of Greenbush, Minnesota, and the 23 is Dylan Fox. Dylan is out of Balmoral, Manitoba. So the front row is Junior 2 F500. The back row, Junior 1 F500. This, according to our schedule, is a 4-lap final as we get set to go. Good start for the number 23 of Dylan Fox. Keep your eyes on those young riders in the back of the pack as they come right through the pack. Now they're in another race of their own, but they're already second and third on the track. They are going to be future stars, no question about that. Ben Meyer on the 11, Derek Meyer on the 10. First and second in their class, second and third on the racetrack. Dylan Fox leads the 14 to 17-year-old age group. Dylan Fox is out of Balmoral on the 23. That is an 89 Polaris. Dylan Fox in a great big hurry into turns 1 and 2. The 10. Derek Meyer leading the Junior 1 F500 class with Ben second on the 11. Dylan Fox on the 23 about to put El Augusta lap down. As Dylan Fox speeds down the back straightaway into turn number 3. And that'll do it. The checkered flag is out for Dylan Fox on the 23. The 10 and the 11 come first and second respectively in the Junior 1 F500 division. The 10, Derek Meyer. The 11, Ben Meyer. That'll do it for your final for 4 laps in both Junior 1 and Junior 2 F500. As the 44 of Marilee Peterson comes across in Junior 2 F500. Race 44 coming up next, the Pro Formula 3. That'll be the final for 7 laps. Race 45 will be Pro Formula 500 for 7 laps. That'll be a final. Then the Ice Bike Open final coming up after that. Pro Formula 3 final coming up. That lineup for you momentarily here in the Pro Formula 3 final. There's the 28 rolling up to the line. Matt Gady on the 28 out of New Germany, Minnesota will compete in this one, as will the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Wall Brothers Racing sponsored entry. The 75 is going to be Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. The 129 is Joey Birch from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. The number 39 sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR. This is Tom Olson. The 6 is Gavin Peterson. The 29, Luke Olson out of Michigan. Riding the 220 is G-Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. The Red Bull Skidoo getting ready to compete. The 221 is Reed Klinger from Athens, and the 12 is Jesse Wergen on the Yamaha 4-stroke out of Hazelhurst, Wisconsin. Right on the outside, the big 4-stroke getting ready to go here. This is your Pro Formula 3 final. Tons of sleds into turn 1 and 2, and they are getting at it in a big way. Side by side and on the throttle. Wow. F3's on the track, the World Championship class at Eagle River. Reigning world champion, the 28 rolling on by. That is Matt Gady. All right, we got a sled in turn number 3. Looks like the rider is up and okay, but we're going to need our recovery crew over there. Trying to get an angle on that, a good camera angle. It's a little difficult. I don't think we're going to get that angle until we move that sled around. There is a rider in turn 3 bringing this one to a red flag condition. Our recovery crew getting to work in turn number 3. We are working race number 44 on your schedule, Pro Formula 3 final. Looks like the 221 involved over in turn 3. We're told over the radio. Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. 2021 Polaris getting up on the recovery sled. Looks like that thing's pretty bent up on our cooldown.tv camera, as we can see a little better now. Yeah, it's more than a little bent, I'll tell you. Wow. Tough break for Reed Klinger. All right, we're calling for sleds in turn number 4. Our flagman, Riley Baker, ready to go. And here they come once again. Race 44 on your schedule. Pro Formula 3 for FXR Race Division. Ooh, the lineups are coming quick now. All right. Including the number 53 race, our final one of the day. I have that Pro Champ lineup right now. Our 53rd and final race of the day. Or race number 53 on your schedule. I know we canceled a couple of races, so it's probably more like race 51, but race 53 on your schedule, we'll just stick to that. There's the 102 of Blaine Stevenson, the 28 of Matt Gady, the current world champion in the F3 division, the 75 Calvin Cook. 129 is there as well. That is Joey Birch. I see the 6 and then the 29 of Luke Olson. There's the Red Bull Skidoo of Gunnar Stern, and the 12, the 4-stroke of Jesse Wergen out of Wisconsin. Getting set to go racing. Wow, charging into turn 1 and 2. Everyone out of there so far unscathed and already into turn number 3 and 4. These riders are flying. Matt Gady, your current leader. Calvin Cook trying the inside in turn 1. .98 miles per hour on the previous lap. Here in the Pro Formula 3 final. Matt Gady with a big lead. We are getting at it here in the Pro Formula 3 final. Matt Gady, the world champion, is building a big lead. 129, Joey Birch having a nice run in the second spot. Calvin Cook on the 75 out of Dayton, Minnesota. Also looking pretty strong on the back chute. That's the 102 of Blaine Stevenson in the 4th spot. Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102, trailing Calvin Cook in the 3rd spot in this F3 final. Tension around the pit area. We need the trackside parkers. You need your lights off immediately. All trackside parkers. Everybody in trackside parking, please turn off your lights immediately. If you're listening in on 88.5, you need to turn off those lights around trackside parking. '29 in the 5th spot is Luke Olson. Well, right now it is your current world champion in the Pro Formula 3 class through turn 3 and 4. What a run he has had here today. Destroying everyone. The 28, Matt Gady, takes the win. 129, the 75, the 102, and the 29 in the top 5. 6th spot is the number 6 of Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. So that'll do it for your Pro Formula 3 race. Convincing win by the 28 of Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. Wow, he had that 2023 Skidoo just a cooking. All right, moving right along here to race 45, Pro Formula 500 final for 7 laps. And here's how it looks. The 113 is Kendra Westland. The 22A is Colton Abraham. Riding the 29 is Brad Harrison from Enola. And on the number 9, out of Athens, Wisconsin, this is a 1990 Polaris. The rider is Dane Klinger. The 111 is Tanner Foss. The 3, Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The 98 is Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin. The 27X is Calvin Iverson. Riding the 213 is Aaron Davey. The 48X is Rich Mork. The 50 is Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. And the 54 from Tyndall, Manitoba is Tom Keelback. So, race 45 on the track as we get set to go here. There is Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. There's the 22A of Colton Abraham out of Wausau, right up beside Kendra. The 29, another rider to watch. Boy, we've got some good ones in this Pro Formula 500 race. No slouches. All right, checking things over at the starting line is Riley Baker, our starting line flagman. This is going to be a good race. 7 laps in the Pro Formula 500 final. Looks like a false start. Uh-oh. Rider into the bales in turn 1. And not happy about that one. Oh, look at that. That's pretty good sportsmanship. They're going to help over there in turn 1. We're going to get the bales repaired. Of course, false start. Everybody went into turn 1. Some slowed, some didn't. And as a result, we've got a rider in the bales. At least one for sure. I think that's all I saw. So we will do what we can do to clean up that in turn number 1 as quickly as possible here in race 45. All right, let's go through the pit area and see who's next. Race 46, Ice Bike Open. Race 47, Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid Final. Then the Outlaw 600s. Those are your next 3 races. All right, so we know what we need to do. Get a cleanup done and then get on with the rest of the program. Of course, our last race of the day on your schedule is race 53. Pro Champ 440 final for 15 laps. That ought to be a barn burner. Following racing action, we will take a few minutes out to write checks to all the competitors here, and then we will meet you over at the beer garden, the Moose Den, to do the check presentation. All right, I think everybody's going to make it out of there pretty good. Many thanks going out to our sponsors here in Beausejour. They include FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Travel Manitoba, Moosehead and Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Oakbank Hearing Center, RM of Brokenhead, and the town of Beausejour. All right, all the sleds assembled over by the staging area as we get set to go once again in race number 45. Beautiful lights turned on, of course, around our big half-mile oval here at CPTC. What a project that was over the summer. Realizing a dream here to get racing under the lights, under permanent lights anyway. We had lights a few years ago with portable light stands, but these are the real deal, professional stadium-type lighting here in Beausejour, and it is permanent. Permanently expensive, too. That is not cheap, a project like that, but a whole bunch of people and volunteers helping out as they usually do here at this wonderful facility, and we're proud of it, proud to be here. It is a great facility. Of course, it was fantastic to talk to Mark Resch of the Snowmobile Racing Hall of Fame in Wisconsin. He joined us after race 22 for our Quebec grooming break, and said a lot of nice things about this facility, and he was spot on. I think we're going to go again here momentarily. All right, so working race number 45. Race 46, the ice bikes, you need to be ready and staging. Yeah, as far as I know, yeah. All right, assembled over in turn 4. Still patching up things over in turn 1 as we get set to go racing once again. Don't forget the concession area and the beer garden remains open. If you're hungry or thirsty, get on over to the concession area. as these sleds get ready to come back to the line for more racing action in the Pro Formula 500 division. Looks like we got a problem maybe in turn number 3. Don't know if they can't fire one of those sleds or if that's a tow sled over there. Looks like the 27 is over there. Recovery sled down the back straightaway on its way. That is the number 27 helping out, Calvin Iverson. That is the 111 over there, Tanner Foss. And the 213 as well. Aaron Davey out of Middle River, Minnesota. Trying to get things fired up. 213 is rolling out of there. That is good news for Aaron Davey out of Middle River, Minnesota. The 111 will not, though. The 111 will go onto the recovery sled. That is Tanner Foss out of Middle River, Minnesota on a 1989 Polaris. That will end that day for that rider. All right, now getting set to go here. Race 45, Pro Formula 500 final. I don't think we got a lap in there. I'm pretty sure we didn't. So this one's scheduled for 7 laps. So we're going to try it all again here. Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota comes to a stop, as does the 22A of Colton Abraham out of Wausau. 29 of Harrison, the 9 right there, Dane Klinger. 3 of Danny Glambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The 98, Nick Kurth. '98 sponsored by Kurth Dairy Farms, getting set to go here. There's the 213 of Aaron Davey. We are set to go here one more time in the Pro Formula 500 class. .213 with the whole shot. Aaron Davey really quick on the throttle at the starting line as they sort themselves out through turn 3 and 4. Here comes the 113 and the 22A in the top 3. .79 miles per hour on the previous circuit for your race leaders. Brad Harrison on the 29 trying to make things interesting. He is currently in the 4th position on the racetrack. Rider slowing on the inside of the back straightaway. Good racing for 4th, 5th, and 6th as they jostle in turn 1. We are racing in the Pro Formula 500 final. 29 in second, Danny Glambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. In third on the number 3. He is sponsored by Skelton Truck Lines. Number 9 in the 4th spot out there is Dane Klinger. The 98 is Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin, rounding out the top 5. Not much changing in that top 5 right now as Kendra Westland doing a pretty good job up front and in command, but at times is getting some company. White flag, 1 to go. Here goes the 29 on the inside of Westland, unable to make the pass. 29, Brad Harrison out of Enola with one more shot here. Can he make the pass on Kendra Westland? Westland, Harrison, and Danique Lambert, followed by the 9 and the 98. Dane Klinger and the 98 of Nick Kurth round out the top 5. Looks like Rich Mork, actually, the 48X for 6th. Rich Mork is out of Eagle River, Wisconsin on the 48X, unofficially 6th in that one. Good competition in the Pro Formula 500 final. 7 laps is now done and in the books for FXR Race Division. Next up, the Ice Bike Open Final. Should have, I believe, 4 competitors. I believe we're going to scratch the 71 of Amy Hood. I've not seen her today. Zach Jasek is out of Beausejour. He'll be on the 22. The 489, also out of Beausejour, Avery Carr. 41 is going to be Austin Madison out of Badger, and the 219 is Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield. 213 getting some help from our recovery crew over there, and at 213 we'll head back to the pit area. Be done for the day, the Pro Formula 500 class. Ice Bike Open should be in staging. Following that will be the 47 race, race 47, Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid. Race 48 will be the Outlaw 600s. We have already been through the lineup here in the Ice Bike Open Final for 5 laps. So we expect a battle between the 219 of Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield and the 489 of Avery Carr out of Beausejour. Next up after this one, we'll go to race 47. This is race 46, your Ice Bike Open Final. And here we go. Looks like the 219 with the whole shot. Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield leading the rest of the pack. He is going to be a tough guy to catch. Leaning right over in turn 3 and 4. Avery Carr is on the 489, but already a distant second. This race scheduled for 5 laps. Looking good so far up front. And at the back of the pack, the 41 leads the 22. Austin Madison is out of Badger, Minnesota. On that number 41, the 22 is Zach Jasek out of Beausejour. .91 miles per hour now. That's the fastest we've seen. I think we had 90 yesterday, Anthony. Yes, we did. But today, 91 miles per hour. That is flying. Wow. White flag is out. 1 to go. And he gets the job done, the 219, Caden Katowicz. Avery Carr second. Wow, did Caden Katowicz come out in a big hurry and destroy the field? That rider out of Petersfield, Manitoba on the 2022 Honda. There's the 22 coming across, Zach Jasek. And the 41 of Austin Madison out of Badger, Minnesota. That'll do it now for the ice bikes as we get set to turn our attention to race 47, Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid Final for 5 laps. Bryce Olson will be out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan on the number 20. The 223 is Adam Braun out of Winnipeg on a 1981 Kawasaki. The 35 is Paul Diefenthaler out of Two Rivers, Wisconsin. The 13 is Kieran Lowen from Winnipeg, and the 27X is Calvin Iverson out of Wisconsin. Yet another final set to come your way. 4 laps will be the distance, we are told, in race 47. This one reduced to 4 laps, not 5 as indicated on your schedule. Getting set to go here. 27X on the inside with a good start. Calvin Iverson out of Wisconsin on the 73 Polaris. Does not waste any time. The 35, Paul Diefenthaler out of Two Rivers, Wisconsin. Also on a 73 Polaris, looking pretty good. This one will be 4 laps. .223. And of course, Adam Braun out of Winnipeg on the 81 Kawasaki. 89 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leader as they head in through turn 3 and 4. .27, leading the number 35 of Paul Diefenthaler. Continuing to lead the 35 as they take their old Polarises around the half-mile circuit with Adam Braun on the 2:23 in third. Checkered flag should be coming out this time around. Calvin Iverson is out of Wisconsin on the 27X. And he'll get the job done over the 35 of Paul Diefenthaler out of Two Rivers, Wisconsin. And the 2:23 third, that is Adam Braun on a 1981 Kawasaki out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. Next up, a rolling start. Race 48, the Outlaw 600 set to hit the track. Here they come. The 18 is Tim Gebhardt. The 1, Joe Schneider. Driving the 36 is Tom Stoltman out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. The 4 is Ron Teroff from Lisbon, Iowa. The number 19 is Chris Plasky. And the 14 is Nathan Gebhardt out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. Following this, we'll go to race 49, the Sportsman 600 final. And we are green here in the Outlaw 600s. Joe Schneider takes the early lead. Chris Plasky is in the number 19, battling in the top 3 with the number 14 of Nathan Gebhardt. There's the 4 of Ron Teroff, the only Iowa competitor in the field. Everyone else from St. Germain, Wisconsin. I don't know where they park all those Outlaw sleds in St. Germain. Good battle between the 19 and the 4 in turn 1 and 2. They are really getting at it as the number 1 continues to speed away. In the 4th spot. 82 miles per hour on that last circuit. Joe Schneider continues to dominate here in the Outlaw 600 class. He has been quite dominant all weekend long for FXR Race Division, bringing you the action live here in Beausejour on our second weekend event. Of course, yesterday we started off. Today is event number 2. White flag is out. Started at 2 p.m. on Saturday and drove into the night, as they say, under our permanent lights installed during the summer here in Beausejour. Boy, it makes this facility just that much cooler and that much brighter. Joe Schneider takes the win. 4 in the 19, second and third. And that'll do it for the Outlaw 600 class. Nice job by Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. The 2018 Outlaw 600 chassis gets the job done. Nice graphics package on that number 1 as well. All right, looking forward next, we are going to race 49. Now that is the Sportsman 600 final for 7 laps. Ken Schwartz is going to be aboard the 75 out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. Riding the 779 is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. The 16 is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. The 55 from Earl Grey, Saskatchewan is Carter Herman. The number 46 is Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. While the 179 is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Riding the 13 is John Hall out of Beausejour. And the 44X is Randall Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. The number 15 is Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour, and the 72 is Ryan Fleischacker out of Humboldt, Saskatchewan on a 97 Polaris. Time now for your Sportsman 600 final, 7 laps. Following this, we'll go to the Women's Formula 500, ATV Open, then Race 52, Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid final. Then a grooming break, then the Pro Champ final for Race 53 on your schedule. Getting set to go here. Sportsman 600s, we're away. Uh-oh, we got a crash. Michael Tadashori got the whole shot. Just trying to see if all the riders are up. See a couple of riders standing over there already, so that should be both upright. All right, perfect. That is good news from corner 1 and 2 in the Sportsman 600 class. Looks like the 55 may be, yes, the 55 is involved over there. Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. Here's our cooldown.tv instant replay for those of you on the web. 46 at Tadashori looking pretty good. But just too much traffic in too small of an area. Tadashori got through there pretty good. Might have hit the berm going into that one, did your leader, but there's that number 55 coming back down onto its skis. The rider's sliding into the bales. But I think everybody's okay over there. Oh, that is the 15 of Omachinski involved. I am not sure who's going to be able to continue just yet, but tough break for the 15 of Kyle Omachinski. Definitely one of the top guns in Sportsman 600 racing around these parts. The 55, Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan, involved on his 1999 Arctic Cat. All right, let's see what's going on the recovery sled. Anything just yet, or are they going to try to continue? All right, it looks like the 15 of Kyle Omachinski is going in the right direction, the Beausejour rider. Heading back to staging area in turn 4. So I guess Omachinski is going to give it another try. The 55, I do not think will give it a try here. Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan, going up on the hook. So that'll do it for Carter Herman's day. Great to have all our Saskatchewan folks with us here. As the green sled getting prepared to head back to the pit area. See, if I was racing in this class and there was a green sled, I would paint my sled blue and gold because you know it's going to beat the green one every time. No? Bombers are pretty good. Come on. Oh, you're not a Bombers fan, Anthony. Don't say that too loud around here. Stampeders. One day they'll get good enough to get in the CFL. All right, race 49 up on the track. Race 50, Women's Formula 500 coming up. That's a final. Then we'll go to race 51, the ATV Open final, and then race 52, Pro Mod 340 Liquid and Super Mod 340 Liquid final, scheduled right now at least for 5 laps. Ken Schwartz on the 75, a formidable competitor in this class. Coming up on his 2000 Polaris. 779 is tough as well. Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. There's the 16 of DJ Saluk. He knows how to get the job done. 46, always getting good starts. Michael Tadashori out of Sault Ste. Marie. Jason Mackey on the 179, the 13 there. John Hall. 44X of Randall Oliver out of Oshkosh. We got a good field here. This is awesome. Getting ready to turn them loose. Here we go. 13 gets out of the hole in a great big hurry. John Hall out of Beausejour. Wow. Nice work. .75 is your leader. That is Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie. Getting by the 13 of John Hall out of Beausejour. .84 miles per hour. Third spot is the 779 of Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. Pretty good competition here in your Sportsman 600 final. 7 laps, the original distance. Race 49 on your schedule. Kyle Omachinsky on the number 15 as fourth. .87 miles per hour. Pretty good pace. Tadashori in about the 6th spot right now on the number 46. Green flag still being displayed here in this final. .75, 13, and 15 in the top 3. Omachinsky in the 3rd spot out of Beausejour. Hope you're enjoying the race action so far today, brought to you by FXR Race Division. Couple more races left, then we'll do a grooming break and then come back with our 15-lap Pro Champ 440 final. White flag is out in this one. DJ Saluk in the 4th spot. As your leaders head on down the back straightaway. This will be the final time here in this Sportsman 600 final. Checkers are out for the number 75. 13, John Hall, and the 779 is third, Colton Kreutzer. But the 75 of Ken Schwartz out of Sault Ste. Marie takes the cake in race 49 and takes the win. Looks like we got a rider in turn 4. That rider turned a little bit sideways over in 3 and 4. As the 179 comes across the finish line a little bit late, but celebrates nonetheless. Looks like the 44X was stopped over in turn 3 and 4. That is Randall Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. As daylight begins to disappear here in Beausejour, our lights become more and more valuable. What a great idea by the board of directors and the whole CPTC organization. What a beautiful facility. It's always a treat. I wish we could come here more than twice a year. You know, we have the December shows and we have the March Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, but man, oh man, what a neat facility. It is great. Great food, clean washrooms, great beer garden. And that's where we'll be after the event, handing out checks to the riders. Come on over for an ice-cold Moosehead. You coming over, Anthony? Sure. What did you say? You're buying me some poutine. That's what you said, isn't it? That poutine here is delicious at the concession area. Also, great cheeseburgers. Get hot chocolate or hot coffee over there as well. Do check it out over at the concession area. Okay, so I think we are looking for race number 50 now, the Women's Formula 500 final. Ella Gust is going to be on the 112 out of Greenbush. The 580 is Caroline Allard, out of Roseau. The 44 is Marilee Peterson. 434 is Miranda Peterson, and the 113 is Kendra Westland. That will be your lineup for race number 50 on your schedule, Women's Formula 500 final. ATVs are up next after this. Then the Pro Mod, Super Mod 340 Liquids coming up. All right, this one has been changed, we're told, to 4 laps. Women's Formula 500, 4 laps, not 5. We'll see if the message gets down to the start-finish line here. This one brought to you by FXR Race Division. There's the 434, Miranda Peterson, the 112 pulling up. Ella Gust, Greenbush, Minnesota native. Caroline Allard on the 580. And the 44, Marilee Peterson. And here we go. .434, really good start there. As we are underway for 4 laps in the Women's Formula 500 final. .434 showing the way. Not much competition thus far in this one as the 434 speeding away quickly. .434 continues to lead. 44. Marilee Peterson battling with Caroline Allard on the 580. 75 miles per hour on the previous circuit for the 434 of Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. And white flag coming out. Just one more circuit of the big half mile here at CPTC for the 434. 580 of Caroline Allard. In the second spot, that is a good-looking sled. 580 Caroline Allard out of Roseau, Minnesota on the 89 Polaris. There's the 434 heading on into turn number 3 now. Miranda Peterson from Lancaster, Minnesota on an 89 GPR chassis. We'll take checkers in this one, your winner in the Women's Formula 500 event. And it is the 580 in the second spot. Race 51 coming up. ATV Open final for 4 laps. All right, here come the ATVs, the 4-wheelers on the track for 4-lap final. And the 29 is going to be Corey Johnson out of Garson, Manitoba. Riding the 17 from Winnipeg is Austin Lewandowski. The number 22 is Mike Verbrugge out of Garson, Manitoba. And 3 riders out of Beausejour coming up. The 7 of Ryan Gibson, the 44 of Ethan Clark, and the 14 of Rob Clark. All right, here comes the number 14. Rob Clark. The 14, the 29 right there. That is Corey Johnson. Just listening in onto the radio here. Here we go. Looks like the number 7 with a good start in the ATVs. That would be, of course, Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour. 1986 Honda. We've got ourselves a race here in the ATV final. "14 is your leader. Rob Clark out of Beausejour, leading the 7 of Gibson. This one scheduled for 4 laps. Lost a rider in turn 1, did we? Yes, we did. Or a pair of them. Red flag. It looks like the 29 is upright. Let's take a look at a cooldown.tv instant replay. Oop! Collision caused that one. Both riders are definitely okay, though, so that is good news. That was a pretty hard hit going into turn 1 and 2. So we take another look from the opposite side on our cooldown.tv replay. Boof, yep. Open wheel contact is never good. And caused that crash over there. "22 ready to go at the starting line. Mike Verbrugge out of Garson, Manitoba, is set to go. We're awaiting the rest of the field here, whatever's left. "14, Rob Clark from Beausejour on the KTM coming up to the line. There's the 7 of Ryan Gibson ready to go. And I think Riley Baker is ready to go. You're going to need the green one. You're right. All right. Had the red flag in his hand. That would have worked. I think they would have known. I think so. Or just yell, "Go." That was a test. It confused me, but everything else does. Ooh, the 7 with a wild start. Trying to get that 7 under control and falls way back here. Looking a little bit rough in turn number 1. Rob Clark out of Beausejour on the number 14 with a pretty smooth start. As the 7 pitches it into turn 3 and 4. And oh, might have been a bit of a bump there. Little dicey in turn 1 and 2. 74 miles per hour. The white flag will be coming out this time around. About a lap and a quarter to go in this ATV final. "14, 7, and 22 in the top 3 here in the ATV Open. 14 is Rob Clark, the 7, Ryan Gibson, the 22, Mike Verbrugge out of Garson. Oh, we got a challenge over in turn 3 and 4, making things tight. Look at this race. Wow. They are all over the place. The 7 is going to take the win. That was impressive. The 7 over the 14 at the finish line, making a last corner pass. That's pretty sneaky. It doesn't get any better than that. That was a good ATV open race to end the ATVs for the weekend here. All right, well, we have race 52 on our race schedule, but that one has been canceled, we're told. So we're going to go immediately to a grooming break. Get on over to the concession area, get yourself something hot to eat or hot to drink. Check out the beer garden. We're coming back after the grooming break with the Pro Champ 440 final for 15 laps, brought to you by FXR Race Division. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, one final race left for FXR Race Division, 15-lap Pro Champ 440 final. And we're getting closer and closer to the start of that. Don't forget, after that race, we'll take a few minutes out to get the checks ready and collected, and then we will have a presentation over at the Moose Den at the Beer Garden. So you're all welcome to come on over there following today's races. That will be after race 53, the Pro Champ 440 15-lap final. All right, getting set very soon. I see Riley Baker coming towards the FXR start-finish line. That is the sign that we are almost set to go in our Pro Champ 440 final. 15 laps will be the distance in this one, and we are looking forward to a great event coming up in just a couple of moments. All right. Quarter workers getting ready here. Riley Baker is ready as we get set to go for this 15-lap finale in the Pro Champ 440 class. And here they come rolling out of the pit area. Boy, we've got some very strong riders and machinery in this one. We're going to go through the lineup real quick here for your Pro Champ 440 race for FXR Race Division. Riding the number 220 is Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago. He is sponsored by Red Bull and Skidoo. The 28 is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. Of course, Matt is the F3 world champion competing right now in the Pro Champ 440s here in Beausejour for FXR. The 39X having a good weekend is Justin Peterson. He is from Campbellsport, Wisconsin on the Hool chassis. The 102 sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR is Blaine Stevenson. Blaine is the reigning USSA champion. He is out of St. Cloud, Minnesota on a 2023 Polaris. The number 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. He is sponsored by Skelton Truck Lines. The 48, his teammate Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. The number 6 is Gavin Peterson. The 8 is Travis McDonald, sponsored by Bennett's Marine. Travis McDonald is out of Lockport. Keep your eyes on the 55, Brett Keelback out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba. Luke Olson is on the 04 out of Michigan. The 370 sponsored by Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach. Matt Zelai is on the 370 out of Cooks Creek, and the 39 sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing at FXR. This is none other than Tom Olson out of Greenbush, Minnesota. 2024 Polaris entry scheduled to start. Are you guys ready for the Pro Champ final? We are getting set to go right here, right now for FXR Race Division. The final race in December here under the lights. Oh, we've got a jumper. We're going to try it over again. Your 15-lap Pro Champ final. Don't forget, we will head on over to the beer garden following this race and do a check presentation. That might be about a half an hour or so after the races conclude, as the girls have to get everything organized. It is a huge job. Boy, do they work their tails off up here in the tower. There is a lot of riders. In fact, a record number of riders this weekend. I think at 115 for a December race. Really good crowd as well. Looking forward to March. Wow, it's going to be epic. What a great facility this is. Super fun to come to. All right, bringing them back now. Here comes G-Money Gunnar Stern, who won the first USSA Pro Star Cup race last night here in Beausejour to start the year off. Talked to him in the pit area. He said that they've been working real hard to get these sleds back up to speed. And certainly that 220 has looked good all weekend long. There's the 3 of Danique Lambert. Number 48, Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude. Good look at number 55, sponsored by FXR. That is Brett Keelback out of West Pine Ridge. All right, we're going to try this again 15 times around. Riley Baker is going to take a look over there on the front straightaway. And here we go. Looking for a nice clean start here through turns 1 and 2. as they head on down the back straightaway and into turn 3 and 4. This one scheduled for 15 laps. Our premier class. And look up front. That is the 220 of G Money Gunnar Stern. What a weekend he has had. I am not sure that he's lost any races in the Pro Champ 440s. Serving notice pretty early that he is ready to go for this season. 28 behind him, Matt Gady. Travis McDonald battling with the 55 of Keelback. 3 wide over in turns 1 and 2. Here comes your leaders in the Pro Champ 440 class. The 04 is in the 4th spot. That is Luke Olson out of Michigan. But the leaders are getting away quickly. Gunnar Stern and Matt Gady. 97 miles per hour on the previous lap. Travis McDonald out of Lockport on the number 8. The leaders with about a half a straightaway lead on 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Green flag being displayed. 28 of Matt Gady trying to close on the 220. 39X. Justin Peterson in the 6th spot. Matt Gady on the 28 could be closing slowly on the 220 of G Money Gunnar Stern as they head into turn 3. This could be a very interesting finish. A little game of chess could be going on here. Peel back to 0-4 and the 8 of McDonald in the top 5. That remains the same. And the 39X. Matt Gady right up on the back of the 220. This is getting interesting. There's the 3 of Denis Lambert. Travis McDonald stopped on the inside apron. On the front chute, the rider from Lockport with a tough break. The MPH Racing entry has stopped. Still under green flag conditions here. Peel back, having a pretty good run here, all by his lonesome in the 3rd spot. Not within reach of the leaders, but Keelback showing pretty well on that FXR 55. That rider out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba. The 3 and the 48 out of Quebec. Danny Lambert on the 3. The 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. Teammates for Skelton Truck Lines and on the track together right now. 220 of Gunnar Stern comes around to get the white flag. Gaby falling back quite a bit now. Here comes the 04 to challenge the 55 of Keelback. That is a great race. And oh boy, take a look in turn 1 and 2. 04 going on by. Luke Olson. Checkers are out. Gunnar Stern on the 220 does it 2 days in a row. Second, Matt Gady on the 28. The F3 world champion in second. Keelback and the 04. Followed by the 3 unofficially of Denis Lambert and the 48 of Philippe Roy Lalonde. Well, that should do it now for racing today right here in Beausejour for FXR. A great run for Gunnar Stern, the West Chicago, Illinois native on the Red Bull Skidoo. Was he fast all weekend long, winning the USSA Pro Star Cup Round 1 here last night under the lights, and repeats under the lights here in our Sunday segment. Nice run for the Red Bull Skidoo as he will take a quick victory lap. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we are going over to the beer garden, which is called the Moose Den, for presentations here in about a half an hour. How about a hand for Gunnar Stern on the 220? Heck of a job. Pretty tough to catch that guy this weekend. He has left his competitors scratching their heads. Or helmets. Or mohawks on their helmets. We do have mohawks on some helmets. But a great job. Wow. Fantastic work for Gunnar Stern and his team out of West Chicago, Illinois. For those of you heading out of the facility, we want to thank you very much for joining us here under the lights in Beausejour for FXR at CPTC. Hope you had a great day of motorsports action. It has been fun all weekend. These lights are special. So we will get Gunnar Stern around the racetrack. And, of course, we will head on over to the beer garden soon for presentation. On behalf of the entire crew here, including CoolDown.tv, we want to thank you very much for coming out here to Beausejour, to CPTC. And we look forward to seeing you in March. Oh, yeah, same. Same. No, it's the same. Yeah. Well, cash is better. Well, it's always better.